Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We have BACCFIRES, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights, pay blood in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk, Mexico, you ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to the south. This land raised my child. Built this medicine. We have BACCFIRES, functional Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned. Check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the decade, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes. Heinemann kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain. Celebrate the wave, won't say the name. This was home. Before permission, before approval, say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We have BACCFIRES, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Don't need your respect, never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Fighting, FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Wanna see the motherfucker?
Take your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, pick a just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, pick a just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat, talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance, and you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from dark with our last breath, stare down. ungrateful, lap in the face the only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your dues, man, just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your dues, man, just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind.
We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole time? So that energy style with discussing is whack. So let's make it clear. There's no turn.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Time to go home.
This our soil, on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect. This our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just lay on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just lay on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds. They thought we forgot it, yeah. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our plains to the power. Our roots are trees. We know world. It's rhythm and grace shows, and now we're here reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smiling the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here. It's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles, not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You use the culture, and that backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land call this strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on the soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are, waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Stealing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim. It's a cold game, throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew what they were and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics, to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. American culture is a form of
always downplayed is not Black innovation. Everyone understands that our resistance has been that breeds everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Blacc use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chain Crewman, and we're joined with the other host, Lady Che. I'm going to apologize for running super late. The show will go on, and I don't think we're going to have any guests because I just know this article, so he will not be joining us. The show will go on. So on this season 6, episode 39, part Trey, continuation, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 3, and that is, are Black voters turning socialists? Hell no. Jason Arday's death, who's to blame? Graphic autopsy photo shake up Tupac murder trial. So I'm trying to pull up all the topics in this phone. So I don't want to work. Hold on. I'm not going to do 1 second. Lady Che, fresh shouting you out.
Oh, hey. Yeah, sorry we're late. We had to come get me because I was super sick at my house.
Then we got Raleigh's chief said hanging was suicide, but we have evidence. Did Nolan Wells' friend Tracetin Shepard just reveal he doesn't believe it was an accident? Nolan Wells district attorney's move backfires badly. Nolan Wells' case turns dark, takes a dark turn. It's the DA now investigating a homicide. Tony Romo, or as I call him, Tony Homo, fans defend him after being arrested for OWI suspicion. And our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign, Frontline Black News, one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's BACCFIRES Enhanced, which is being revamped, is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. And Shabaka's BACCFIRES Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. And make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Hit that bell so y'all be notified every time we go live. And please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that just in case you try to take Frontline Black News down again. We have backup. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Kruma. That's how we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora. The local community events for both Denver and Aurora, Black events, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years consistently. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Dog 5991. Make sure you sub to that so she can start going live on that YouTube channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure you check that out. She should be dropping the RBA sometime today or tomorrow.
Yeah, that one ready. I just been really sick.
And then we got Shabaka.
Y'all can hear it in my voice, but not really well. Not really well. If you saw me right now, I'm like blowed up. Like it made like super swollen. I got like 50 pounds of water on me right now. I can't, and don't remember this on me. Take it off.
Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette One. Make sure you sub to that so Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. Then we got our cousin, our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to Cuz channel, Witchcraft the TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother Kool Keezy out the Mile High. Make sure y'all sub to his channel, Kool Keezy 5100. He used to do the intro track for the Frontline Black News, and now he's doing FBA culture reports. Then we got our brother from another mother, Breeze Omega. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, Breeze Omega. That's our brother from who's originally from Hempstead, Long Island, is now in Leesburg, Virginia. He was live earlier, so make sure y'all check him out. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, our brother from Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, who's studying to be a lawyer. Make sure y'all check him out. He interviewed me about 3 weeks ago. Make sure y'all check that out and subscribe to his channel. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus and actually put Alicia Cabrera on and came up with several series, such as a We Fought Back series. And so check out our brother Torian Rain Reloaded on YouTube. And last turn, at least we got our brother Black Truth United. Came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is the modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. And the link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And the link to the thread database is also in the description. And then we got the Freeman Reparations Party merch. Make sure y'all check that out. The website, the link is in the description. Then we got cancel the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundation of Black American Caucus. Long overdue. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. Then we got Michael's petition for Congresswoman Nicki Williams to introduce and fully fund the Anti-Black Hate Crimes Crime Act. The Move On petition link is in the description. Make sure y'all sign it if you haven't already. Then we got the reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act. Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox who put hands and feet over that white supremacist Chuck the Bussy, Chuck the Builder, who they just released on $1 million bond. Shame on you, Clarksville, Tennessee. But still support our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe. The link to his GoFundMe is in the description. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing the damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy Short for putting that together. The link to that petition is in the description. Then we got the petition to revoke Stacey Turner's medical license. That's the medical examiner in the Nolan Wells case. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background. I am a candidate currently right now on the ballot for Colorado State House of Representatives for House District 8. And a link to my website that Lady Chase put together is in the description. Make sure y'all check that out if you haven't already. And then PukeTube, YouTube, we got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that's economics, that's education, that's entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that's politics, that's religion, that's sex, and that is war. And some health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. Yeah, fuck Chuck the Bussy. Racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, warrior, scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 3 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Lady Check has something she wants to start off the show with.
No, okay, yeah, I did. I can't get over there, so.
They can hear you, Lady Check.
Okay. It's a Black family, right? I don't know how long this has been going, but I seen the sheet already kind of addressed it. I'll pass it to Jesse, okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Lady Check.
So this dude right here is working my nerves all in my hold on. I watch your reels, you know what I mean? On the thing while I was killing time. Waiting for Jesse to start the show. And yeah, hold on. Get ready to play. Anyway, cuz comes out I don't know why, but I looked in them last week or something. When he said something about New African or this, that, basically some pan goofy shit, right? What bothered me mostly was his protesting against the word foundational, right? You say you don't want to say foundational, just say you're a Black American, African American, that type of shit that we're not on no more. Because we got these new, we're basically FBA, right? So cuz is basically FBA. Mm-hmm. He shows on his little shorts or his reels, his history and shit, like from Texas. And he got the lineage, right? He got the lineage. He just don't want to say it, right? Mm-hmm. So I say he started talking shit about, like, maybe a couple reels back, he was talking shit about Tariq Nasheed's old lady, his wife, Mm. He called her biracial, called her some ugly shit, right? And I was like, dude, I'm typing in the reels. I'm getting, so I'm still working on this reactionary shit I be doing, I was like, I don't know what the fucking problem is. You just protesting the word, foundational. I said, I think you just like to watch yourself talk with your big ass horse teeth, right? And I was like, I'm gonna send this over to, because there's only a handful of us on Facebook still, right? Like Keezy's on there, Jay Diz is on there. I was like, we're gonna tear your ass apart. We're gonna cancel your shit real quick, right? That's what I'm thinking. Then I came across this video, and that's the one I want to play. I was gonna say something, and I was just gonna let it go, but then I was like, play it, Jesse. Play it.
I should never hop in my comments with this nonsense.
No, because I got the background on. Anyway, this dude's a fucking. This is a goddamn.
Just one of these thinking you crybabies helpless. This is exactly the stupid shit I'm talking about. You think everybody that disagrees with you is not in your ethnic group. I'm a Black American, African American, through and through. My grandpa from East Texas. My other set of grandparents from Mississippi. Ain't an immigrant in my family. I just know you're an idiot, fam. You wake up every day with Africans and the Caribbeans on your mind, and you haven't built anything. You took a donation to build a liquor store museum that don't got no real artifacts in it. You are a failed gangbanger. You ain't got nothing but failures on your resume, fam. You a failed leader. You ain't even did that shit right, man. You can't save me in nothing, bro. That's who I'm supposed to go against, bro. You a failed pimp, you failed crib, you failed Pan-African. You gotta tell the hell on yourself. And look at the shit you be putting in your head, bro, and the shit that stays on your mind, bro. What type of grown, straight, heterosexual man got pussy in his vocabulary, bro? Hey, bro, you better find somebody safe to play with, bro. I give you a brain aneurysm in real life, fam. Stupid ass nigga. Now let the record reflect, bro. You don't speak for us. We all ain't FBA, bro. We Black Americans, African Americans, descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. New Africans, if you will, but not no foundational Black Americans. That's some white ass shit that you made up that you really took from
What the New African Republic?
And tried to run with it as your new scam, bro. We been on your lame ass, bro. Go find something safe to do, bro. So leave that shit.
Oh my god, this clown is clout chasing, clearly.
Oh my god.
Some clown, Val. What is that fool's name?
The good King Justice.
The good King Justice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the hell with him. Lord.
Yep. The fuck is a New African?
It's the New African Republic.
The fuck is that?
That's the shit that Yang is a part of.
Okay, I'm done with that. That shit was bothering the hell out of me. I had to share it.
Yeah, we're good, Sister Val.
I was just really sick.
Yeah, mother's just cloud chasing. Like Tariq said, this delineation is kicking these mothers behind. This nigga talking about he's of the lineage. Well, nigga, you don't sound like it. You really don't.
That's what I said. I was like, so basically you FBA, and you just like, are you ashamed of it? Like, because you don't want to say foundational?
Not foundational. It's whooping their ass.
This is one word, cuz. Get over it.
They don't want to get over it. They got a bug in their ass behind it. You see, we're the foundation of this country. They can't stand that. They always want us to be a generic Africans. We're not generic Africans. You get that through your pan goofy skull. There's one of them damn pan goofies that's part of the lineage, but don't want to accept it. Just stupid shit. All right, thank you for sharing that, Lady Shay. I'm gonna get to something real more serious than that.
Yeah, that dude was it's just driving me crazy because it's like, look, I think he just want to hear himself talk. And he's saying everything that is just exactly described FBA, but it's so disrespectful with it.
I can't with these pan goofies.
They saying we don't know our own language.
We got Tethernism. Like, what in the fuck is he talking about?
Like, all our ancestors, they weren't like Native Americans, don't speak the native tongue. Who do all this shit? I was like, Because you don't leave room for evolving and learning about your ancestors and then taking on like their history. I mean, really, isn't that what these ancestry shit's supposed to be about?
Yeah.
You're supposed to like my ancestors, some of them were Afro Hispanic or Afro whatever, right? Let's just say hypothetically, right? And wouldn't it be nice to know what part of the area they came from, and really seeing what kind of traditions they had? I mean, that's evolving, right? Or are we just supposed to ignore that shit? That's why I was talking shit about the flag, our heritage flag. Remember?
Mm. Dude, these damn pan goofies ain't got nothing better to do. They can make all the videos they want. It's not gonna change delineation. So it's kind of irritating me though. So we'll move on to the next topic, the first topic, and that was, are Black voters turning socialists? So our brother, Professor Black Truth, gonna give us an update on that.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. As the white left is jockeying for position and trying to secure as much political support as they can, there's been a lot of talk about the rise of the Democratic Socialist of America and how they've won some political races. But as we all know, in America, there's actually very few blue states. Mostly America has red states with some dominant large blue cities inside of them. And beyond that, it's understood that those dominant blue cities are blue because of Black voter turnout. Without Black voters, a number of those blue cities would be red or at the very least purple. And on election night, that means the state stays red. Whenever these white leftist elements are trying to build up their political clout, they inevitably try to get Black support, not because they like Black people, they don't, but because they need all the help they can get. And we are not and never will be part of the establishment, which for a lot of these white leftists, they think means that we're ripe for the picking, but they want to pick us for nothing. If these guys are trying to establish a national political footprint, they need the major cities, and that means they need Black support. But the main thing they're looking for is political and moral legitimacy. That's what they're hoping is going to actually make them a national force. And there is no substitute for the moral legitimacy of the FBA community. We and the tide of history we represent are unique in the history of the world and indispensable in the history and political fabric of this country. Everybody wants to ride our coattails. Everybody wants to lay claim to that moral legitimacy, but they all want to do it for their own immoral ends. The problem for them is that they can't do it without our permission, and no amount of getting Black pork chop preachers and self-serving Negro politicians will be enough to get us on board, not in and of itself. Don't believe it? Just ask Mike Bloomberg what happened when he ran for president. He had his Negro politicians lined up like the former mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner, and his Negro preachers like that fool at Brown Chapel AME Church. Bloomberg just knew that if he had these sorry Negroes as his front men, then the Black masses would be mindless lemmings falling in line and obeying. Well, that may be the way things work in New York City, but in the rest of the country, things don't go like that. And speaking of New York, a number of Black New Yorkers are saying that they like Zohar Mamdani, or at least that's what these white media outlets have claimed. Now, family, when it comes to Black people in particular, we all should know that the white media, and this includes the ones who call themselves independent, which usually means internet-based, they pick and choose who they want to put in front of the camera for their stories. And that depends on whatever slant that they want to put out. They often pick Black people who they know are part of or connected to the Democrats, so they know what these people are going to say before they say it. But it also works the other way too in all kinds of stories. They seek out Black people who will say what they want them to say. And if you're not saying that, then you don't get featured in the story. Mamdani's promised nothing to Black New Yorkers. He's getting praise from the white left because he's patched some potholes and he's done what for them are some other feel-good gestures. He seems to be trying to carefully build up his political brand. His statement regarding Benjamin Netanyahu was interesting and noteworthy, but ultimately nothing we haven't heard before. It came and it went. Yes, the Democratic Socialists are seeing Black voters as a bloc that they can appeal to, since Black voters have been the first ones to disengage from the Democratic Party, and that's because of the work of the Black grassroots led by the Black media. And yet, not one of these candidates acknowledges that fact or is willing to reckon with the Black media. They see black voters as basically the base for a new political party, their party, the same way that blacks have been the base of the Democratic Party. But are these DSA types any better or any different than the Democrats? Or are they just people who wanted to get into the political arena, they needed a political base to do it with, and they're willing to take votes from anybody who will give it to them? I told you about this, that when black voters, young black voters in specific, decided to turn their back on the Democrats, nobody was going to acknowledge the reason why, because that's simply too terrifying for them to talk about. But they know other constituencies were likely to follow suit. And here you see it happening. Black voters made the first move. We kicked open the door on that. And now we have these non-black groups trying to play political catch-up and say, yeah, we're tired of the Democrats' political failures too. The older black voters, yes, I'm talking about the boomers, are dying out. Betting all your chips on a bunch of olders who are only turning out to vote in order to protect their Social Security and Medicaid, that's not a long-term strategy. But it is exactly what Roly-Poly Martin was recommending that the Democrats do. That is before 2024, when it became obvious that the balance of political power in the black community was shifting away from the failed boomers and to the Gen Xers and millennials instead. As far as black voters going socialist, personally, I don't see a difference between the wealth being maldistributed from the working class to rich private individuals any more than I see the difference of wealth being maldistributed from the working class to the state. Both of these result in the exact same outcome. The non-land-owning workers are deliberately and intentionally impoverished, and their money taken from them and given to a small handful of individuals who are allowed to monopolize that power. Whether that small cabal of individuals are rich businessmen or greedy bureaucrats is a distinction without a difference. And when you look at how Elon Musk and other business people are literally running the government, we've seen a fusion of the two already. We've been here before, family. Dr. John Henrik Clarke talked about how during his youth in the early 20th century, he, like a lot of black people in America, were exploring different political philosophies and alternatives to what is practiced and enforced in the U.S. A number of these black intellectuals and activists saw how the rival to the United States was the Soviet Union. And a lot of those black people were approached by or otherwise met with a number of white communist and socialist types. The Black Panthers, such as Fred Hampton, identified as socialists and expressed every bit of socialist dogma and rhetoric, such as the bourgeois and the proletariat, etc. They spoke about the fight for black empowerment as being actually a subset of a larger global class struggle. That's the way that they talked. But Dr. Clarke said that he and others who had befriended white socialists way back in the day, they soon became disillusioned with these white socialists when they saw that these guys were basically wannabe white elitists. They were fine talking about black rights, so long as the subject never translated into broad-based black power. So long as black people remained the poor, downtrodden voters, these white socialists were glad to give sympathy, but they had no plans of ever sharing power. They weren't trying to change the status quo. They were just trying to change their own place within it. This was what we saw with another self-identified Democratic socialist, Bernie Sanders. He wanted black support, but made it clear he wasn't offering black voters anything. This is not new. Dr. Clarke and his contemporaries also found that those white socialists only wanted black support to augment their own numbers. And then as soon as they felt like they were in a strong enough position, they would dump their black allies and go for self. We've seen this time and time again, from the phony worker solidarity preached by the labor movement to the sisterhood spouted by the white feminist. White power has always played the same game, come smiling up in black people's faces with false claims that we have a struggle in common. And as soon as we take the bait, they go to their white establishment friends, brag about how large their numbers are now, and they use our support as a bargaining chip to leverage for them what they want. This is the real argument that the white left has always had with the white right. The dividing line is not capitalist or socialist, and you're a fool if you let someone talk you into thinking that white supremacy under capitalism is somehow superior to white supremacy under socialism. Just ask the people in Cuba about that one. Just for the record, there's few, if any, countries that claim to be under any form of socialism. Most claim to be free markets. But has free market capitalism ushered in an era of prosperity and upward mobility? Or has it, as often as not, resulted in wealth being locked in at the very top and everyone else struggling? There have been and are today countries where economies and governmental structures are heavily socialist, and these countries are doing fine economically. To me, socialist or capitalist is not the big question because both result in the same outcome of poverty for all, depending on who's in charge. In the end, they get what they want, and Black people get left out in the cold. So that's why my heart's not going pitter-pat for these recent elections. We've seen this movie before. Labels are not what's important. Tangibles are. What socialist is offering us that? What socialist has come to the Black voters, particularly the Black grassroots, and admitted that we have needs that are being ignored, and then has put forward a policy framework for how they intend to get these needs met? Are these so-called socialists putting out a political agenda or a policy slate that explicitly recognizes the harms done to us, recognizes dismantling these damaging policies, and making recompense to us? Or are they just spouting the 21st century American version of the bourgeois and the proletariat, i.e. the billionaire class and the working poor? That tells you the effects of these policies, but it doesn't say, much less address the cause, because all I see is white and Asian politicians who are talking about shoring up the position of white America and making sure they're good. H. Rap Brown was one of the Black Panthers, and he said it best: class struggle is a luxury Black people can't afford. Don't believe it? Just look at Detroit. Class is the dividing line between white people, but Black people's problem isn't class, it's race. So whether it be capitalist or socialist, so long as white supremacy is in effect, these will be distinctions without a difference where we're concerned. We should only vote for someone who is coming to us and speaking to our interest. We don't have to fall in love with someone's political affiliation, nor should we. The ballot is supposed to be like a business. Anyone can get in, so long as they got the money. So don't let the white left play the game of acting like Black people falling into lockstep with these socialist candidates is somehow an expression of Black voters flexing their muscles. That's what they're telling you. When you're voting for us, that's you flexing your muscles. See, you're showing the power that you've got when you vote for us. That's a con, family. Patting you on the head's done that for decades. They only praise what Black people are doing if it benefits them. The truth is we flex our muscles when we turn out to vote or when we upset the apple cart by voting for the couch. We know we have. Everybody wants our vote for free. Lip service is a scam, and we're done falling for it. Whoever wants the Black vote has to come to us and tell us what we're going to get. The white left trotted out pathetic puppets like Joy Reid to tell the world that anyone saying Black voters ought to get something for our vote is a Russian bot. Well, ever since she got canned, instructed on what to say, and she said it gladly, right up until she wasn't getting paid to. And the same with Don Lemon. This is why their attempts to reinvent themselves as these faux radicals isn't going to work. Their track record of carrying water for the status quo is too well established and too well documented for them to take off their white lackey uniforms and try to put on a crusty kufi and some threadbare kente cloth. So, as for Black voters becoming socialists, I say that we shouldn't. And I know a number of you call yourselves capitalist, but that's not where I'm coming from when I say that we shouldn't go full Marxist. All of these so-called free market capitalists were only too eager to go to the government and have a socialist bailout for their companies when they wanted it. It doesn't pay to get too caught up on terms, family. We are not supposed to be socialist or capitalist as far as I'm concerned. Slavery was created by, perpetuated by, and done for the sake of bootstrapping capitalism. We're supposed to be Black empowerment. Does that mean don't vote for a socialist candidate? Well, that depends. My requirement for voting for a socialist candidate is the same as my requirement for a so-called capitalist. Are they actually looking to do business? Political maturity requires that we look at things coldly and clinically. We shouldn't be aligned with any of these political parties because they were started by people who are not basing their parties on our interest. I'm not saying if you're a registered Democrat or even a Republican, you're fighting against us, not at all. What I'm saying is that you're not supposed to be voting for a party, you're supposed to be voting for a policy. You're supposed to be a political free agent. Being politically independent is a very good way to show people that they cannot take you for granted. That doesn't mean that they're going to fall at your feet and obey you, but it does mean when these creeps come calling themselves, smiling up in your face and asking for your vote, they got to think twice. Or if they fail to think, you can show them, I'm not on your side. I'm on my own side. You have to persuade me to vote for you, and that persuasion takes the form of telling me what I'm going to get. They don't care about being allies. They only care about what they're going to get. And if that black candidate doesn't make solid promises to prop up their interest and position, then they will get no votes from them either. And not surprisingly, the support of these other groups always seems to be based on policies that are detrimental to us. They make a zero-sum game out of it, and we always wind up the target. So family, don't let anyone go making you think that black people are backing this or that party or movement, and somehow that's proving how politically important we are. We know we're important. But people need to learn that we have demands, and the cost for getting black votes is to acknowledge those interests and then these so-called now. But if they're not able to attract and keep black support, before it's all over, very quickly, they're going to find their Democratic Socialist Party being deader than Trotsky. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to Earth Angel, FBA Queen, and Samantha Ellis. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message.
What are your thoughts on the DSA, Lady Che?
It must be the season for them.
The video you're about.
Everybody has a season. It must be their season. It's not gonna change anything. I don't mind the division. What I mind is don't think you're gonna come up in our motherfucking house and act like you change the shit when you don't even speak to black people.
Right.
So, they can save all that fucking shit for everybody else, but they don't talk to black people. They don't ask black people. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm really sick, so forgive me. They don't talk to black people. They don't interview black people. They don't send surveys to black people. They can get a good goddamn about black people.
Mm-hmm.
However, the right black person have them behind them. Yeah, you got the numbers to help push you to the win. That's all they're good for. They have the numbers. They have the people. They have a volunteer staff to, make calls on your behalf. But it's not necessarily a good look. Even right now, it has got the Republican and also got the Democrats shook. Republicans have always been in their own space. They really could give a fuck about the DSA.
Right.
So, you got the Democrat shit, and I think it should. Because the Democrats, they ain't even come up with no messaging this whole time.
And they're not. All they're gonna keep saying is Orange Man bad.
Yeah. And so this will be another season where they don't get the black vote. Vote in your black interests. Like we always say, vote for tangibles in your black interests in your local elections. And you can't wish for a good candidate if you're not willing to go put in the work and try to talk to that candidate.
Right.
So that's all I guess.
Yeah, so black voters is not going DSA.
Mm-mm.
So you can start with that madness. Ain't none of these DSA candidates offering anything tangible, black family. And like we've been saying since day zero, demand something tangible for your votes.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't have reparations on their platform, direct lineage-based cash payment reparations, an anti-black, anti-FBA hate crime bill, end qualified immunity in all 50 states, land grants, land allotments, specifically to our lineage group. Don't waste your time voting for them, black family. It's a waste of time. All right, so this other story has been real popular. The professor covered it. One of those, I think he's a Tether, yeah. Tether professors got the boot. And I think he unaliving himself, or they said he unalived himself, or some crazy shit. Update on that.
Out to see for this morning's briefing was actually written and put together shortly before the news broke on August 15th that former Cambridge professor Jason Arday was found dead at his home. So far, the British authorities are saying that his death is being treated as finding of suicide is one of the coroner's determinations, not theirs. But ever since the news of his death broke, the same white media that was determined to make him a household name for all the wrong reasons is now trying to slither away from the orgy of attacks that they have been heaping on him. The white media loves to engage in a feeding. We all know they most love it when it's a black person they can all jump on. Then they can get in all their little digs and not so thinly veiled. Arday wasn't being held up as an individual. The white right and the white media held him up as being a black person. Full stop. That's what the field day using Jason Arday as a foil for their typical anti-black smear campaigns is now trying to distance themselves from all of that negative coverage they were giving him and pretend as if they weren't engaged in some kind of witch hunt. The headlines have changed because they understand that what they were all reason. And after this, they're rightly concerned that people will be shaken up from the... Was this tempest in a white media teapot worth a man's life? No, it wasn't. But more importantly, ask if it was proportional or even necessary to begin with. That's what the white media is concerned about, because the white media were the ones who hyped this up, pushed it, and acted like this story was the single most important issue that ever hit academia ever, when if Jason Arday had been white, we wouldn't have even heard about it at all. I'll show that to you later on, but first I'm going to show you the video about the Arday scandal that I made right before his death. Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Most of you have never heard of Jason Arday. He is, or rather was, the youngest black professor at the University of Cambridge, having become a professor there in 2023. Last week, he resigned amidst a frenzy of accusations of plagiarism and an investigation into his academic qualifications. Being intersectional, former Congressman George Santos and Jussie Smollett come to mind on that one. Questions about his qualifications were raised publicly last month by a guy named Nathan Koffness, a one-time Cambridge philosophy researcher who left the university after his critique of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs sparked widespread protest. Now, as soon as I see that a white professor who was spouting anti-DEI rhetoric was one of the people who kicked off this scandal, I immediately could smell the stench of right-wing racism. That train's never late. Now, since the white media decided to credit this Koffness character with kicking off this little scandal, at the very least, we ought to ask some questions about the guy, because the first rule of any sort of intellectual inquiry is to consider the source. Not surprising, on Varsity and online, and in it, they pointed out that this Koffness character has a history of this stuff. In 2019, he was posting his ass intelligent than whites, and then after this, he was hired by Cambridge in 2022, where he continued his racist ranting. In 2024, the final straw came when one of his blog posts went viral. In it, he wrote that, quote, in a meritocracy, Harvard faculty would be recruited. Blacks would disappear from almost all high-profile positions outside of sports and entertainment, he said. Apparently, nobody's ever told this idiot that black pilots have a sparkling perfect record when it comes to commercial airline service. Not to mention when you look at the doctors who have lost their licenses or otherwise gotten themselves in trouble for some sort of misdeeds, you don't see the black ones featured very prominently at all. Among his insane ramblings, he also wrote, even now, when wokeism does not pose a serious physical threat to anyone, it has poisoned art, culture, scholarship, and social relationships White children are brainwashed to despise themselves because of their skin color. Bending over backwards and twisting your tongue into knots, trying to invent some phony white victimhood. First of all, he doesn't answer class, and they use it frequently. We can think about Amy Cooper among countless others on that score. And being a woman doesn't trump being white. And the same with LGBT persons, too. Some of the most mouth-frothing anti-Black racists are also LGBT. Jeffrey Dahmer, Ed Buck, Milo Snuffleupagus. Bruce Jenner had a sex change, and that did nothing to reduce his white privilege. Nobody insane scribblings to even, not a sex change. And yet, keep in mind, this imbecile was hired at Cambridge. This after he had already been posting anti-Black racist nonsense. That is a far larger scandal than anything Arday's been accused of so far. Now, Cambridge finally fired this Coughness character in 2024, but the real question is why anyone would have thought him qualified for employment at an elite school in the first place. Now, of course, in a true meritocracy, because they didn't earn it. They're not smart enough to. Keep in mind, this guy is supposed to be a philosophy professor, but he only seems to be interested in eugenics. And this clown was making all kinds of racist remarks, which he had been doing before Cambridge made the mistake of hiring him. And as a result, Cambridge was being associated with his stupidity. But this is who the white media is pointing to was the one who helped to start questioning Arday's qualifications. On July 24th, the Times of London published an analysis of Arday's 2015 PhD thesis, highlighting what it said were multiple examples of passages that were identical or near identical to an earlier paper written by another researcher. The British media also raised questions about Arday's claims that he had raised 5.530 doctorate, but that changed when Cambridge opened its own in his resignation letter, saying his decision should not be interpreted as a loss of faith in scholarship. Nor should it be mistaken for an acceptance of the narratives that have surrounded me, he said. It is simply the decision of someone who has reached the limits of what any person should reasonably be expected to endure. So with this grinning idiot was sitting here thinking that he was on the team the whole time, those white academics who were around him, they already knew exactly what they were going to be doing. They didn't bring him in to be the youngest Black professor there. They brought him in so that he could be linked to a particular narrative that they already had planned out from the jump. Now, of course, you got the white right who have decided that they want to make a tempest in a teapot over this because that people want to turn this guy into the poster boy for DEI and trying to point the dirty end of the stick at Black people. It was white people who hired him, same way it was white people who hired the now disgraced pseudo-intellectual Coughness. Black people, and they decided to give him a doctorate, and some other white folks decided for the same reason they put him on the payroll. Though I will say this, if we're going to make plagiarism, majority of the plagiarists are. Like, for example, Neri Oxman, the wife of billionaire Bill Ackman. You'll recall at the time that Ackman and his wife were going on an orgy of phony accusations against university presidents who dared to allow students to protest the genocide in Gaza. They went after the Black female president of Harvard, claiming that she had plagiarized her dissertation. And then it was revealed that Ackman's wife important things that any university president does. So that's why President Gay was sent packing. But then, embarrassing for Ackman, so he threatened that he was going to investigate everybody at MIT. He needed to be investigating his wife to find out how she did something so careless. But then again, what else do we expect from the legacy admissions demographic? Most of them plagiarize their work on the few occasions they bother to turn anything in. With these people, it's who they know. It's definitely not what they know. But this is something that needs to be remembered by these so-called Black academics and by every Negro who thinks so like them. When one of these Negroes actually gets into one of these universities, these people there already know that they don't like him and don't get them out when the time comes. And the Arday characters passed it all. They socialize exit plan too. Even if they don't have dirt on the tool in question, they don't need it. When they're ready to dump them, they just go ahead and do it. What dirt did they have on Tiffany Cross before they fired her? They had dirt on Joke Reed, but when they threw her out the door, they just went ahead and did it. They didn't even need to bring up her blog post scandal either. It wasn't necessary. So of course they let this smiling, grinning buffoon in there, because not only do they get to see him predictably be thrown out the door in disgrace, but now they can point to him. They're going to hold him up and say, see how undeserving these Negroes are. I mean, it's just been a problem, you see. That coffinist creep was exactly the kind of scum that they want there. It's only because of the fact that he drew too much Arday, what they knew prophecy, and when it predictably blew up, they could say, oh, well, you see, we tried. And from then on, at least for a good 10 or 15 or 20 years, they'll be able to tell Black people in general why. The usual self-fulfilling prophecy from the dominant society. After all, these white supremacists who work at these universities, they're literally smarter than these smiling, grinning fools who they put on the payroll. This is the purpose that these chumps like Arday serve. Knowing he could be useful to their end goal of discrediting Black academics and collegiates in the end. And finally, not to be messy, but we all know that occasionally we get some Black Briton or other who will contact somebody's podcast, or they'll be posting the Americans. By and large, many, if not most of the Afro-Britons originate from the islands, the Caribbean, that is. That's why you got so many people down there in Jamaica and where have you, who will also brag to you and say that they know somebody who lives in London, or they got somebody who goes to Oxford, or somebody who got admitted to Cambridge, that kind of thing. And what they like to do is to basically say, see, this makes us smarter than you. We value education more than you Black Americans do. That happens on a frequent basis. Not all the time, but it happens enough times. And that being the case, just like Tarzan, but this is how the game always ends. So there's all kinds of lessons to be drawn from this. But the first, of course, being that you got some individual here who's throwing off all of these as possible. He's got this very moist demeanor to himself. That's somebody who is desperate to a submissive, supplicant posture before the enemy, and the enemy chopped his head off anyway, because that's how this was always. And no, I'm not dumb enough to believe that the same Cambridge University who couldn't wait to hire that coffinist creep, even after his well-established history of anti-Black rantings, either. No, I don't believe on many occasions, we'll call this ethno-academic theater, because trash like Coffin are exactly the kind of people Cambridge wanted to be seen hiring on fire. This is what the white media's focus should have been on. And this is where the focus should be now. If it's indeed a suicide, then people need to be looking at the individuals who set this in motion. they're the ones who should be the subject of nonstop white media scrutiny, and scrutiny by all these white men was precisely because white people are not subject to the same kind of vicious, intentionally cruel, and deliberately mean-spirited attacks as black people are simply for existing. And remember, the white media led the charge to make this racial. Jason Arday wasn't a professor as they reported on him. He was, quote, the youngest black professor ever hired at Cambridge. That's the way that they framed it. That was the only thing they said about him, to the point you would have thought that that was what it was actually about. Normally, it's only white people who are found to have plagiarized things. They're the vast majority have seen it. And that's the always deracinated whenever it's a white person. You know, just like mass shooters are always deracinated. It's not a white issue. It's a public safety issue. They didn't even bother to cover it. But when it's a black person, oh, that's totally different. That's got to be front page news now. And nobody ever points out, hey, maybe it's front page news because this almost never happens. This is meant to invent the false impression in the past at the very institution. Because you see, the last time the white media went on an orgy of anti-black smears against a so-called plagiarist, it was also against another black person. In the case of Jason Blair, he worked for the New York Times, but in 2003, he became the subject of unprecedented media coverage after it was alleged that he plagiarized a number of his articles from the work of other reporters and had allegedly made up details For instance, Stephen Glass, he worked for the New Republic. Over a 3-year period, Glass invented quotations, sources, and even events. The New Republic determined that 27 out of the 41 articles the Stephen Glass scandal was largely glossed over. Hell, they even made a movie out of it with Anakin Skywalker playing the part of Stephen Glass. Stephen Glass has been allowed to live down what he did. Hell, the white media didn't go on an orgy of attacks against him. But soon as they see a black person, they immediately go into overdrive, and that's deliberate. The dominant society is constantly involved in all kinds of dirt, but the job of the white media is to make sure it doesn't stick to them. That's where attacking black people comes in. When Harvey Weinstein is exposed as a sexual harasser and rapist, they have to make sure that they then put out about a dozen stories about R. Kelly and Bill Cosby next. In fact, they make it a point to put out more stories about Kelly and Cosby than they do about Weinstein. Flood the zone, and most people won't even question if this is the most important news that they could be getting, or if they're even being manipulated and disinformed. Regardless of what actual clock reported the way he's giving it. These students cheating, bribing their way into these schools, but the white media makes sure not to cover that the same way, and that has conditioned the public to falsely perceive it to be worse when some black person's accused of doing something. The fact that a racist and a disgraced former professor and the white media both were so willing to stop at nothing to attack this man proves that there's no difference between them. They protect the invention elite universities. They began by pushing the God ordained that black people are inferior and you can't question to become increasingly more dependent on science for its power. This then shifted to making science take the place of God. So now the talking point was science proves black people are inferior and you can't question science. And this has been the frame ever since. So in reality, what they're always saying, what they're really saying is white power says black people are inferior and you can't argue with white. When they say God, that's what they really mean. And science means whatever data, information, or so-called discovery white power approves of. Make no mistake, family, the white media loves it that he's dead. They enjoy that. The only reason that they're pretending to make nice now is because they know that his death, when compared to what the white media said about him, wasn't proportional at all, and they're concerned that the public's going to pick up on that. He's given death by innuendo by people who have made careers out of attacking Black citizens. The Black academics have been quoted on the story, as has the mayor of London, but let's be sure. This wasn't about DEI. This was about demonizing Black. And some of our contributors, Marcus Pridgeon, Jesse Good, Edmund Allen, Keitha Dixon, and Angela Green. To them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Professor. So Arday, that's such a shame.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts, Lady T?
I think he's a coon.
Yeah.
And it is a shame. It's a shame when Black people take up for white folk.
Right.
And start acting like they're like their children are not little fucking demon spawn.
Mm-hmm.
It is a goddamn shame. It's like, don't you see what's happening? They act like they don't breed hate. And whatever we're breeding into our children is not the same thing. We tell our children to stay away from white folk. It's not because they hate us or we hate them. It's for our own protection.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And their own protection.
For their own protection. Exactly. Like, meaning there may be some other Black kids with you. You know what I mean? Before you can go anywhere. Because then you know that there has to be an understanding. Like, you can't, like, for example, we got schools here where they have kicked out Black students, right?
Yep.
And they're all white schools.
Mm-hmm.
And that kid will be ashamed to say that them white kids were calling that child everything but a child of God.
Right.
And it'll be on the bus just taking it. Don't tell nobody. And then we'll wonder why he brought a gun to school.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that Church Creek student?
Yeah.
Go to East. They ended up shooting them teachers, right?
Yeah, Austin Laws.
Yeah. Prime example. Then you got Black people
That mysteriously ended up dead.
Right.
In the foothills.
Yeah, you got Black people treating this kid like he's a pariah in a Black school, or used to be Black school.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then you wonder why he goes and tears off and pops two people and then takes off and allegedly kills himself.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of like an allegedly kills himself because he was in a car.
Right, how he get all the way out there? It just don't make no sense.
He drove up there, but even if he did drive up there, he wouldn't kill himself outside of the car.
Right, it just doesn't. It didn't add up then. It still don't add up now.
If you've ever tried to end your own life, I'll give you a prime example. I've tried multiple times, right?
Mm-hmm.
And recently, I tried like maybe 2-3 years ago. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And all I wanted to do was be in the comfort of my own space.
Mm-hmm.
If I was going to end myself, I wanted to have my music playing. I want my candles burning. I want my bed nice and soft and clean. I want my hair to look nice. I want to be in the comfort of my own shit. So when I take myself out, I'm comfortable. You know what I mean? In my own spot where nobody has to come in there and find me like you know what I mean? I'm not hanging. I didn't decide to go and throw a rope up on this little ledge thing that I got or this little pipe I got on hanging up my ceiling. You know, and praying this to hold my big ass up there. You know what I mean? No. I'm not making a mess like the one time when I try to like slice up my arms and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm making a mess. I'm in the bathroom. And I got the dog in there with me. You know what I mean? It's something else, you know? But I can't think about Black people not wanting to be comfortable when they try to do that themselves. So all these tree hangings and shit and the heat, that's one thing you already know that is not even going to be possible. When do we like to be hot?
Right.
Seriously, we love the sun, but we don't like to be hot.
Right.
You know what I mean? We don't want to be musty and sweaty. We love the sun.
Right.
But these are things that have to come with the sun, right? So you think we're going to be out there trying to climb up some motherfucking tree? First, you got to tie the rope up. You know, you got to make the fucking little hoop, the little boost. Then you got to throw it up there. Then you got to climb up there. Then you got to inch your way. And then you got to pick it up. And then you got to, 1, 2, 3, ah. Right. Come on, there's so many traumatic incidents. Even if you don't do that, where's the tools that you use to hang yourself with? Step ladder, chair. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. We do this shit to keep our children safe. When black people start taking up for white people and calling saying that there's a transgender, whatever the fuck. Whatever he said right there was weird and it's top. He deserves to lose his job. He's not eating. I felt like he deserved everything that happened to him.
Yep. Okay, let me say thank you for that. So moving right along, we got the Keefe D murder trial underway for the murder of our brother Tupac Shakur. So it got real graphic today on day 2. So I'm gonna play a little bit of that. Pay yourself for that. Graphic autopsy photo shake up Tupac murder trial. It's some long crime.
Multiple times. And on day 2 of this, exactly what those bullets did to the superstar rapper.
He died of gunshot wounds of chest and abdomen.
As witnesses took the stand and described the gunshots and what they saw in them, may be the prosecution's biggest problem.
And we just suddenly heard a lot of gunfire.
Somewhere between 9 and 15 shots in a series.
Something like that.
That suggests to you that the
Okay, so we're continuing our coverage of the Dwayne Keefe D. Davis trial out in Las Vegas. The only person ever charged with the murder of Tupac Shakur, who we know was gunned down out in Las Vegas in 19. Of the trial, it was the beginning of witness testimony. The prosecution alleges that Davis orchestrated the killing of Tupac Shakur, that it was because Shakur and others allegedly beat up his nephew, Orlando Anderson, earlier in the night at the MGM Grand. They plan to use believe what Davis said, that there is nothing to corroborate that he was telling the truth about his alleged involvement in what happened with Tupac. With all
these guilty looking ass was crying and wiping his face the night before. I mean, he was beat ready. The motherfucker looked scared and like he looked scared, not remorseful, scared, tears coming out that motherfucker's face. He couldn't stop wiping his face. He couldn't stop wiping his eyes. He looked like, oh my God, what's happening?
Yeah.
The whole day one. This is day 2, though. You're on day 2.
Yeah, it's day 2 now.
Yeah, let's talk about it on the RBA.
Yes.
that in mind, now we go to day 2. So the prosecution began today by calling Dr. Lisa Gavin, a forensic pathologist and medical examiner for Clark County. Now, she wasn't the original doctor who performed Tupac's autopsy. autopsy. That doctor has since passed away. But she reviewed the records, the photographs, the medical reports from 1990 to Tupac Shakur. Notably, the jury through the autopsy photos, several members of Tupac's family got up and left the courtroom. Not surprising when you consider that this is what she told the jury about how Tupac died.
After reviewing all of those records,
Yes.
what is that?
Homicide.
When a medical examiner uses the term homicide, what does that mean?
The simplest form is death at the hands of another.
Now, to be clear, evidence like this doesn't necessarily directly implicate Davis, right? But prosecute element by element. So at the very least, they have to establish and killed, that he was murdered, that it was an intentional killing. That is what this evidence goes to. Now, Dr. Gavin then walked the jury through each wound, starting with the chest. The bullet had apparently entered near his armpit, across his arm, and here's how she described it.
This is the right side of the body up by axilla or armpit in that region. And then you could see some of the sutures. And then just below that, this is an entrance gunshot wound.
And then just below that thoracotomy test, there appears to be a stitched up area in the
chest tube site.
So he had a tube there to help drain some of what was going on in his body.
Correct. And in the previous one that had all the medical intervention, you could see from the left side there was a similar chest tube on that left side.
Review, we were able to determine sort of the.
Yes.
And what was that?
Here in the right lateral aspect below the axilla of the armpit, and then went across the right chest space, went across the right lung, ended up the sternal nation is just where your collarbones kind of meet up towards the center of your chest. So just beneath that, the projectile was recovered.
The nature of that type of wound, what did it physically do to him, his ability to breathe and those types of things?
So the injury to the lung would have collapsed the lung and also caused the lung to bleed. And so it was documented. And similarly, they ended up removing and kind of clamp off the bleeding. And then it already had multiple episodes of not becoming responsive. So
the dangers here on Sidebar of the World, there's a lot. Something you might not be thinking about. Did you know your data is exposed everywhere? Your personal data is all stored across online directories, your phone number, your information, and demand it be taken down. With their custom removal feature, your dedicated privacy expert will handle removing your data automatically from hundreds of data brokers and from any links that you send in. Look, I was add my information. Can't harm you. Link below and get 60% off an annual plan. That is incogni.com/sidebar. The second bullet that entered his right thigh and traveled up to his abdomen abdomen, that projectile was actually recovered. Take a listen.
Around the right lateral aspect of his thigh, so the right thigh on the lateral side.
And what is that?
And that's yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
That bullet entered in the lateral aspect of the right thigh and then went upwards into the abdomen and damaged his intestines. They ended up operating there and removed a portion of his intestines. And then during that surgery, they recovered another projectile.
Dr. Gavin, as I said, she wasn't the original ME. That was Dr. Jordan, and he has since passed away. Okay, now we go to questioning by the defense. So on cross-examination, defense attorney Michael Sampt pressed records that were decades old, photos that were taken with Polaroid cameras, a record she didn't keep herself. So with defense's argument, which we heard in an opening statement yesterday, that this whole investigation was sloppy, that it was botched, that it was incomplete, that you're talking about a case almost 30 years old. So trying to raise reasonable doubt, trying to raise questions about the reliability of the prosecution's case, the investigative work. And if jurors are perhaps hesitant about one aspect of the prosecution's case or the investigation, perhaps they will not believe the whole case, the whole theory, the whole narrative. Maybe they'll question it. But the prosecution pushed back on redirect. Take a look.
Your testimony here today revolves really around your view of the records would be very important in your line of work.
Yes.
In the event that in the future, something that you do while you're on vacation somewhere in the Bahamas could be testified to by another doctor.
That's correct.
Now, with regards to the records that you saw here, is it Dr.
Jordan?
Jordan. Was there anything missing in your review of those records in terms of record keeping or anything like that?
No, but we only took a few photos at the time of autopsy. At that time, they used Polaroid. They used film and so they had a few photos. So consequently, the
regurgitating Dr. Jordan's opinions, you've formulated your own opinions as the cause and manner of death.
That is correct.
So as I talked about this initial alleged altercation at the MGM, after this alleged beating at this hotel, police responded to the scene. But the man who, Orlando Anderson, Keefe D's nephew, seemingly didn't want to cooperate. Sergeant Kenneth Rios was one of the officers who responded that night. Here's what he told the jury about his interaction with Anderson.
I asked him first if he needed medical assistance, and he refused. He said he was fine. I then asked him what happened, and he told me basically that a couple of guys that he didn't know jumped him. And once again, I asked him if he needed medical.
Would it be, is it anything unusual that when a victim gets attacked and does press charges or write a report, for you not to have written a report that night?
No, it's not. Basically, a victim, you don't have a crime, as we put it, which isn't necessarily true. You always have a crime. But if you don't have a victim, the chances of prosecution you won't get any information, and so we don't take a report if the victim refuses.
I would imagine the argument would be from the prosecution, Anderson didn't want parties to get involved, right? Because he and co want to take, they want to go after. Wonder if that's
your report.
I don't recall when I wrote it, but I'm sure that my officer's report would reflect that time. But I know I didn't write it immediately after.
All right. And in terms of your knowledge that had been shot, 22, the jury is that point that a person something to do with that case. There's a shooting of Tupac property. Is that how we get to this point?
I can't recall if that was and suggested that I write a report because of his possible involvement.
Right. So advise, hey, there was something happening with Tupac, just capture whatever it is that you remember, right?
I don't recall that happening that way, but for most intents purposes.
Right. Now, in terms of your report and you writing it, you're still
was at the time.
Okay. You know, the night of the shooting to help them with whatever investigation could be out there. Did you do that?
Not that I recall.
Do you know of anyone else among the 3 officers that were there or any other officers would have done something like that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Maybe they're all Bears fans and that's the reason why they didn't do that.
It could be.
Yep.
Now, the prosecution called a man who was working secure and Koval Heidemeyer. He was on the 3rd floor of the parking garage when he apparently heard something that stopped him cold. Listen to this.
2 Metro officers, we were looking for stolen. There were 5 or 6 Dodge Caravans that were stolen at the parking garage.
Where were you located?
Well, I was on the of the 3rd floor of the parking garage on the.
While you were there,
and we just suddenly heard a lot of gunfire, and we ran to the barrier wall that Flamingo Boulevard, and that's when I witnessed what I saw.
So you hear a bunch of shots. Do you have any idea how many you heard?
It sounded a lot.
1 volley, 2 volleys, 3 volleys.
Yes.
You heard. And people sort of from it.
I had 3 to 4 and 5 each volley. Pops.
Somewhere between 9 and 15 shots.
Something like that.
He then testified, and
When you look over the wall, what do you see?
Left straight lane on Flamingo heading east, and there's a vehicle. It was a white Dodge Stratus, a black BMW behind it, another dark car, and I believe another car, and then there was a white Chevy Suburban behind that, and several more cars.
Do you see anybody outside of those vehicles?
Yeah, there were a number of people standing outside of the vehicle in the traffic lane.
And do you see any of them armed?
One gentleman was armed, one black male adult, very young, well dressed. He was wearing but he does have the weapon.
What do you see this caravan of cars do?
Well, I looked back because the Metro officers jumped in their cars to pursue. And then when I turned around, everyone was back in their cars again. They made a U-turn heading west on Flamingo towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
All of the cars in the caravan?
Yes.
And so towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
Correct.
And those vehicles, you saw the two Metro officers you were with jump in their vehicle to give chase to that caravan.
Correct.
At the time that
were asking me what direction everybody went, and so I pointed to make a right and head towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
and those officers then went after the caravan.
Correct.
Objection as to speculation.
What's your response?
Did you watch
Lay
the
some more
officers?
foundation.
Did you watch the officers go after that caravan?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
On cross-examination, the defense pointed out that Heidemeyer didn't write a report that night. And they highlighted that he didn't actually see the shooting happen or anything.
Stolen vehicles out of that garage. Report on your own with regards to what you were doing that night with the stolen vehicles and
Actually, no, I turned that report over to my other co-officers at security because I was tied up with this incident.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in a little bit better for you here, sir, if I could. Going back again, that's hopefully more helpful. All right, so when you said that you looked over and you saw, can you explain for us again sort of where the vehicles were that you saw?
Well, the vehicles were on Flamingo heading east, and they were in, you have a left turn lane, 2 forward lanes, and a right turn lane, and the vehicles were in the farthest left center lane.
Farthest left center lane.
Correct.
Meaning that they were intending on going forward.
Correct.
They're not making that left.
No, but they ended up making a U-turn.
Sure, and once again, for our edification, this is 30 years ago, right? So you've got 3 lanes going directly east, and is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then you have, is it 2 lanes that are actually turn lanes to turn onto Como? Or is it just
Actually, I
one?
believe it was 2 lanes, so it would be from the facing east, it would have been the 3rd lane that they were in. There's 2 turn lanes, 2 straight lanes, and then a right turn lane.
All right, and then with regards to the vehicles themselves, your testimony was that there was a white van of some sort, or maybe vehicle in front of the black BMW.
Yeah, it was a white Dodge Stratus.
I see. Is that a van? No, that's a
No,
car.
it's a 2-door sedan.
Okay, and then behind it is the BMW,
Yes.
and then behind it are multiple cars leading back.
Yes.
And your testimony was that you had identified is it Lexus behind it,
I think it was.
and then another vehicle, and then in the procession or the?
It was several. I didn't count them at the time, but it was a good 10 vehicles.
Okay. And all those vehicles are now making a U-turn and heading back towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
Correct.
You don't see the actual shots being, someone actually pointing a gun at something and shooting something.
No, I did not.
You just heard it.
Yes.
The individual that you had identified as the person with the gun.
Yes.
Did you see that individual shoot his weapon?
No.
All right.
By the way, for a big case like this, we're doing something a little bit different. We're kind of limited in how much we can actually show you here on Sidebar. So if you haven't heard yet, you can look at everything we have, basically all the documents in a case, on case files on the Long Crime Plus app. We're opening up the evidence vault so you can inspect things like raw body cam footage and 911 calls and crime scene photos and full trial tapes all firsthand. Plus, you get ad-free streaming of all your favorite Long Crime and Court TV shows. You can see the full picture for an entire month free. Head on over to longcrimeplus.com, enter promo code SIDEBAR, and start exploring today. Okay, let's jump back into this. Now, another key moment that I should mention is when the prosecution called Michael Ingram, an investigator for MGM Resorts, to authenticate the surveillance footage from the night of this alleged beating. The video, which was captured on VHS tapes that were reused and degraded over time, showed or seemingly showed the confrontation between Tupac's entourage and Orlando Anderson in the elevator core of the MGM Grand. Personal note, I have been there so many times. I used to go to Vegas all the time. I used to stand by that elevator bank all the time. I know it very well. Now, Ingram walked the jury through that footage, showing Anderson allegedly being attacked and then seemingly fleeing through the casino floor towards the Lion entrance. On cross-examination, the defense pressed Ingram on what he didn't know. He wasn't working at MGM in 1996. He didn't know if security reports were written. He couldn't verify the date and timestamps on the video beyond what was already recorded. The video itself was very grainy. No one could definitively identify anyone in it, but it seemingly established one very important thing, that this attack happened, and it happened on camera. But for the prosecution, they are hoping that in the minds of the jury, it established one very important. Buddy, thank you so much for joining us, and as always,
yeah, whatever you got down, let's go. So yeah, this was day 2 of the Chief D trial, murder trial for revolutionary brother Tupac Shakur, who was killed almost 30 years ago on September 6, 1996. So, is it 6 or 7? Yeah, it'll be 30 years in September. So, we'll keep y'all posted on this. It's getting real interesting. Like I said last night, Chief D done sealed his fate. It's a wrap for him. We'll get real more interesting as it goes on. Shout out to whoever's tapping in. I see Val in here. I see Fresh Always and Mac 285. Salute to y'all for tapping in, and the 4 other people that's not saying nothing, but they're peeking. We appreciate you as well. So I'm move on to the next topic, and that is Raleigh chief said hanging was suicide, but we have evidence that states or shows it was not a damn suicide. It was clearly a lynching. So I think it's Taylor House. Brother Rich Money is going to give us an update on that. Oh no, this is the damn Democratic shield, Willie D. I think it's either Taylor House or Willie D. I'm sorry, the internet is acting weird tonight. It's Taylor House.
I said, don't light no cigarettes. I ain't like.
Let me say this, and please record. This is why I am Police Accountability Community Task Force, because the community needs our own investigative team. Because we cannot trust Wake County or any police department that is under this sort of systematic racism, because they basically say, here's your bag. If you want to collect more evidence, please make yourself helpful. It's just the signal provided me a glove, because he have gloves in his possession. No one has gloves at RPD.
What sense does that make?
I'm trying to understand what's going on.
You know, because if I was bleeding, they'd have some gloves, right? If they wanted to arrest me and I was bleeding, some gloves would be produced.
More than one glove. So here I am doing my job for the community and to right the wrongs of history, because this is not just about a hanging. This is how they think about black lives.
They say it in the comments online. Monkeys belong in trees, stuff like that. You know what I mean? They don't care about us.
Listen, July the 4th, when our children were downtown, they said, I thought this was a college area. This is for the college members on July the 4th. So that tells you they don't want us here. And it says we're our brokenness. We are broken people. And whether we can prove it or not, we know that indirectly or directly, this city, this county, and this country has caused the murder of this young boy. So I'm going to do justice. And I'm going to pour the last piece of evidence that the community have deemed necessary in this investigation and turn it over on Monday morning, which is tomorrow, August the 17th, 2026. You can see this here. An opener. That's what you can find evidence here on this bag.
All right, peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High, and that is my good friend, Dr. Kimberly Muktarian, who was out at the scene where we believe that a young man was murdered right across the street, downtown Raleigh, from the Wake County Justice Center. And this happened this past Saturday during the Caribbean Festival. Now, the police had said nothing. They had said nothing for 2 days until the internet citizens of Raleigh, North Carolina started bringing Sunday night. They said, well, Raleigh police are investigating it as a self-unalivement. And we were slated to meet at 4:00. Now, mind you, we had planned this meeting on Sunday, and they were flying drones, so that means and go down to the police station to demand, reports, transparency at 3:00. Now, the news reported they were having a press conference at like 2:50. Like, that's when the article came out. The police chief is going to be addressing the community situation at 3:00. And when they posted that advertisement for it, it's 2:50. So who can get that? I mean, me, myself, I was all. And when we get down to the police station, so police, they just finished up the press conference. And the police said, you didn't see it? Yeah, it's on video. They say it's on video, doesn't mean it's on video. And just because it's on video, that doesn't mean it's a real video. But I am going to let you listen. This is my first time listening to this as well, so we're going to watch it. I find it strong that if they do it Sunday, why we into their internet information and then say, oh, it's but who is this?
walk towards the tree. Video someone hanging in a tree to a supervisor. Between 2:25 p.m. and 2:35 p.m., the witness and his supervisor returned to the location and called 911. At 2:35 p.m., Wake County EMS and the Raleigh Fire Department were dispatched. At 8 p.m., responders began arriving on scene and rendering life-saving aid. At 3:07 p.m., after life-saving efforts were performed, EMS pronounced the young man deceased. To date, investigators have found no evidence indicating that another person caused or contributed to the young man's death, and no evidence of a criminal act has been identified. Our investigation confirms that this is anyone who has firsthand information or evidence concerning this incident is encouraged to contact the department at 919-996-3335 or visit Crime Stoppers at raleighcrimestoppers.org. We ask individuals with relevant information to provide it directly to investigators rather than relying solely on social media. The Raleigh Police Department and the entire city of Raleigh extends its sincere condolences to the family.
All right, so I'll stop it right there, because if it is already as you say it is, and you have documented information, then why are you asking for the public to give you more information about what happened? You said you see this stuff, and you heard them say, well, based on the evidence collected and you know the evidence available to investigators, you just saw a lady come to the scene the day after and see a cigarette down there and ask the police, hey, don't you think this should be evidence? They give her a glove and a plastic bag and say, do it yourself. Does that sound like a thorough investigation has been done? Or did they send old Sambo out there to quiet us down? Well, I would not remain quiet, because once again, they did that press conference. They didn't even advertise it. You know, they didn't advertise. They just hopped up. Oh yeah, we're doing a press conference at 3:00. And I saw that in the News and Observer at 2:59. Oh yeah, they're going to have a press conference at 3:00. So where did they do this press conference at? And so once again, there's cameras all around. If you guys remember the Javion McGee case, when the community was asking questions, they released the video of him walking out the store. And they said that we're not going to release the pictures of this, that, and the other. And you heard them say, well, they saw him walking at 1:59 with an electrical cord. And then at 2:07, that's when the actual event occurred. He didn't say the man did it by himself. And they will always give you some information. And the way they're talking about 236, 238, 230, that gives you the impression that everything that they're seeing is documented, is factual. But no one can tell me that this young man did that to himself. And now they're saying he's 32. If you look at that man, he does not look 32. They're talking about the family. We have not seen or heard anything from the family. It's reported that he was homeless. He was not even from here. And so This once again, if y'all understand the play, and I talked to the people at the restaurant. Now it seems like the restaurant was closed today; they didn't even open. But it seems like the people at the restaurant was waiting for us to get there, because as soon as we got there, one of the workers that was with us, he said, "Well, my manager, the owner's not here, but y'all can talk to the man." They had him ready to come out. And then the other guy who quote unquote found the body was like, yeah, he got the electrical cord from right here from our fence. How do you know? Now, mind you, the press conference didn't say anything of where he got the electrical cord from. So how would this person know where he got it from? You understand? So the whole day today felt scripted. Like everybody came out of the restaurant at one time and everybody was trying to talk. Yeah, man, we need to think about mental health. Even the black people are. Listen, man, we are dumbfounded, man. I can't believe that we are so gullible to believe these people will not lie in our faces. And we are just supposed to take what they say as truth. When 2 Wake County deputies tried to lynch a man and he just died last week. And we're supposed to think that this is not possible. Shout out to Dr. McTarian once again. This and the outrage from the community is not where it needs to be. I'm going to be honest. And the concern for the community to just say, okay, well, yeah, the police said it. That's that. Like we're not asking for, you to show us the video of him walking with the rope. Show us the video of him throwing the rope over the tree. Show us something, but of course we're not going to get that. And, a lot of people are going to believe this narrative, but I don't. So y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed with stories abroad from literary work where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the ball. Follow along. Shout out to FBA, still FTP. Big up NFAC. And all my black families. There's 3 sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside us. Ladies and gents power. If you don't know by now, look around me, the darkest hours. Cops squeeze the hammers. They don't understand. We stop and freeze with our hands. They kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight from the Richard Vasquez. You watch your Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing.
Yeah, shout out to our brother Telehouse. I thank you for that update. So that was clearly a lynching. So we'll keep y'all updated on that. So now we're back to the Nolan Wells case, which I lost just about all the energy I have for it. And Willie D, Democratic Shield was going to give us an update on several key developments that have just recently come out. First, his friend, the melanated friend is not black, but the melanated friend, Tracetin Shepard, just revealed he doesn't believe it was what they said it was. So I can't see this whole thing. It's not coming up for some strange reason. It was an accident.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? He would be really upset with his parents about how they went about the situation. I think he would want the truth, and he would search for answers. Those are words from Tracetin, Nolan Wells' best friend, one of his best friends. They just tend to throw best friend around a lot, really, really strongly in Ocean Springs. I guess everybody's a best friend. At the very least, a friend, right? Especially if you're suspected of perhaps having some involvement in his murder. This guy Tracetin, I do not like him at all. That's the one, who had his arms folded in the Tatum interview. Yeah, that's the one who threatened Ben Carson, who threatened Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton. That's the one who said they don't know who they're messing with. This dude actually said that if Nolan could come up dig himself out of his grave, he would be mad. I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said he would be mad at his parents about his parents, the way that they're behaving, the way that they're seeking justice for their son. Nolan would be so upset that he would return. He would return from the grave and check his parents. This dude is wild. He's really wild. It is absolutely amazing how people that are the closest to you feel about you. When you figure out how they really feel about you, I guess Nolan never had that opportunity, but his parents know. This dude, the way he disrespects Nolan's parents, ain't no way he was Nolan's best friend. There's no way possible he was Nolan's friend at all. This dude said, I think he would want the truth, and he would search for answers. He would want the truth, and he would search for answers. I thought y'all said he drowned. I thought y'all said it had to be a terrible accident. So if he drowned, if it was just an accident, what truth would Nolan want? You see? What answers would he be searching for?
That's what they want us to be indoctrinated.
Let him talk. All you got to do is let him talk and hit that record button. Just let him talk.
No, we're not going.
Hit the record button first so you don't miss anything. Hit the record button and just let them talk.
Subscribe button.
They'll talk their way right into the jail cell. All they got to do is go back and start comparing notes. They'll talk their way right into the jail cell. Did Nolan Wells' friends really leave him on an island all by himself with some girl that they say they didn't know, come to find out they did know the girl? Why would they say they didn't know the girl if they actually knew the girl? At first they were saying they didn't know, and then when it was found out, it was discovered that they did know the girl. That conversation just kind of went away. But I'm bringing it back. So, turns out they knew the girl who they say they didn't know. Why would they lie about something so simple? Right? Why? Family, the dude said, I just can't get over that. He said that Nolan would be searching for answers. Hold up, man. Hold up. Stop the press. If Nolan Wells died accidentally, if he drowned, and his friends believe they already know what happened to him, why is one of those friends not talking about searching for the truth and finding answers? Answers to what? Because that statement just opened the door that I don't think Tracetin Shepard intended to open. And before anybody twists my words, let me make something crystal clear. I'm not saying Tracetin Shepard admitted Nolan Wells was murdered. He didn't. I'm not saying he admitted anybody killed Nolan. He didn't. I'm asking a much simpler question. If you believe Nolan accidentally drowned, what truth are you still looking for? Because that's where this gets interesting. Yeah, fam. I thought we already had an answer. I thought y'all already had the answer to what happened. Y'all want us to believe that he accidentally drowned. Y'all want us to believe that with hundreds of people on Horn Island that day, somehow Nolan ends up floating in the water and nobody, I mean nobody saw him. Tracetin, who are you trying to protect? Because allegedly you wasn't even on that boat. So did you get a call? Did you get a visit? Did somebody say, Tracetin, we need you to say something. You're an independent witness. We need your testimony. All of us were on the boat, so that might rule us out. But you didn't get on the boat, so you can testify to Nolan's state of mind. You can say that you saw him go get on the boat too. I'm not sure if that's what he said, but I'm sure a conversation like that could have likely taken place. According to the account we've heard surrounding Nolan's disappearance, Nolan drowned. It was an accident. Nobody hurt him. Nobody did anything to him. Okay, if that's what you believe, happened, then presumably you believe you already know the basic truth about how your friend died. But now Tracetin reportedly says Nolan would want the truth and that he would continue searching for answers. Now wait a doggone minute. God darn it. Those words matter, fam. The truth, answers. What truth? What answers? Because you can't tell the public on one hand, essentially, there's nothing sinister here. Nolan drowned, while also saying, I'm going to search for answers. Maybe there's a specific or perfectly good reason of an explanation. I need to hear it. I need to hear it, Tracy. I need to hear it. You got different kinds of answers, But let me be clear. Wanting answers does not automatically mean that somebody's been murdered. I just happen to think Nolan was murdered. And I happen to think his friends did it. That's right, I said it. I ain't gonna beat around the bush with y'all. I ain't playing with y'all, man. I think they did it. I don't know which one of them landed the fatal blow. I don't know which one of them did it. But I think his friends killed him. Absolutely, I believe his friends killed him. And I think his friends are going to get away with murder. I think they're going to get away with murder. The audacity of them to try to sue other people for, and like they all the way out of pocket as friends, number one. But the audacity of them to try to sue people because people are asking questions and they're constantly painting themselves into corners, and people are making it easy for people to point the fingers at them. That speaks volume. Yeah. It speaks volume. Maybe Tracetin wants to know precisely how Nolan ended up in the water. Maybe. I noticed that he didn't answer or ask any questions to that end. He didn't ask any questions. He didn't say, I don't know what happened. I really would like to know what happened. You know, it's eating me alive. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. It's eating me alive. Maybe Tracetin wants to know exactly what happened. Maybe he wants to understand Nolan's movements that night. Maybe he questions the timeline. Maybe he wants to know why Nolan wasn't found sooner. Maybe he's talking about answers for Nolan's family. All of that is possible. But that's exactly why I want somebody to ask him, Tracetin, what answers are you looking for? And don't you try to give me no philosophical answer. Don't tell me everybody deserves the truth. We agree with that. We're on point. Got you. I'm asking specifically, what don't you know? I'm asking specifically, what do you know? I should have been interviewing Buddy. I should have interviewed him. I'd have got him. I would have followed up when he said that piece about I think he would want the truth and would search for answers. I would have pounced all over that. Hold on. What you just say? Hold on, what you just say? You say he would want the truth and search for answers. If it was an accident, if he drowned, what is he searching for? He already got the answer. Right or wrong? I think what Nolan wants, if Nolan had a choice, is justice. I think Nolan wants justice for Nolan, just like so many other people who are civilized. It is the uncivilized who don't want justice for Nolan. The uncivilized are akin to the uncivilized who laughed at Trayvon Martin's death. Yeah. They laughed at Tamir Rice's death, Sonia Massey. They laughed at George Floyd. They laughed at Breonna Taylor. Mm-hmm. They laughed at every single atrocity that has ever struck the Black community. We're talking about uncivilized much here, family. If I was interviewing Tracetin, my very first question would be, so you said you're searching for answers. What question about Nolan's death remained unanswered for you? And then I just shut up and let him talk. No more talk.
Yeah, so they ain't his friends, and they did get away with killing him. And like Willie D said, they probably gonna get off on it. We'll keep y'all updated on it. So now we got another update in this case, the Nolan Wells case. in addition to that, the district attorney does something that backfires. So, well, they're gonna give us an update on that as well.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? The district attorney in Ocean Springs, Jackson County, Mississippi, wanted Nolan Wells' cell phone. Well, now Nolan's family has essentially said, fine, you can have it. Let's examine it. And just like that, the pressure may have shifted from Nolan's family straight back to the DA. And I love it, man. I ain't got no problem with that, and here's why, family. For weeks, the phone dispute created the impression that Nolan's family was somehow preventing investigators from getting access to potentially important evidence. But the family's attorneys have maintained that they weren't refusing to have the phone examined. That's the DA right there, family. Yeah, that's her. McElrath. Yeah. That's her name, McElrath. The disagreement was over how the forensic examination would be conducted, who would participate, and how the evidence would be handled. Now, the family has reportedly agreed to a joint forensic examination and proposed a window between August 18th and August 21st to get it done. So what's the problem now? If the DA wanted the phone examined, examine the damn phone. If there's something wrong with the family's proposed protocol, explain what it is and propose an alternative. It's as simple as that, family. It don't take a rocket scientist to schedule an appointment. See, you can't keep allowing the narrative to be that Nolan's family won't cooperate if they're saying, pick a date and let's do this, because that's what they've been saying all along. You can't expect that family to just hand over their phone to Mississippi officials, crooked ass Mississippi officials. No, we don't trust you, and for good reason. You're untrustworthy. You're crooks, you're thieves, you're liars, you're agreement breakers. You have a long, sordid history of it. And the trip part about it is you're proud of it. You know how I know you're proud of it? Because you won't do anything to change it, and you joke about it. You joke about it in private. And that's why this could backfire badly on the DA, because once you publicly put pressure on somebody to produce evidence, you better be ready when they say yes. Now, everybody is watching to see what the DA does next. And personally, I want the phone examined immediately. That's right, I want it examined immediately. Not because I expected to prove somebody committed a crime. I don't know what happened to Nolan, but that phone could potentially contain communications, timestamps, photographs, videos, location information, and other digital evidence that could help investigators test the timeline we've been hearing about. Everybody has been telling us what happened to Nolan. Nolan's friends have their version. The family has questions. Lawyers have been talking. The DA has been talking. People online have definitely been talking. Content creators have been talking. Now, let the evidence talk. Yeah, let the evidence talk. And whatever it says, follow it. Because there's another reason this matters. We're being told this investigation could potentially reach a grand jury within roughly the next month, okay? Which I still think is just absurd, because this should have already reached a grand jury. The autopsy is done. The toxicology report is done. What the hell are they waiting on? are we seriously going to get anywhere near a grand jury presentation without resolving the dispute over Nolan's phone? That would be ridiculous. Get qualified forensic experts in the room. Document the chain of custody. Make the appropriate forensic extraction. Preserve the evidence and find out what is actually on that phone. That's what we need. That's what we're waiting on. The family has now put it in the position of the DA. They put their position on the table. So the question isn't simply, why won't Nolan's family give up the phone? The question has changed. Now it's, DA, you said you wanted the phone examined. Nolan's family says they're ready. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do now? What you gonna do when the rock comes for you? If they agree on protocol and the DA moves forward, great. But if this turns into another delay, another argument, or another excuse, people are going to have even more questions. The DA wanted the phone. The family just said yes to a joint forensic examination. Now it's the DA's move. It's as simple as that. It's the DA's move. It's no longer the family. It's no longer on the family. This is on the DA now. I don't trust the DA. I don't trust the sheriff. I don't trust the medical examiner. I don't trust anybody in Mississippi who is connected to this case in an authoritative position, because all of them are interconnected. And I believe they're all working together to circumvent justice. I do not believe they are interested in justice. I believe they're more interested in the cover-up. They're more interested in people running away from this. Yeah. Hey, I could be wrong. Could be wrong. There's an outside chance. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. There's a lot going on behind the scenes that you and I don't know about. So this could be one of those very, very rare cases in Mississippi where they actually pursue justice. But if they do, the only reason why they would is because of the interest in the case. And I'm talking about the great interest in this case. There's a lot of interest in this case. The governor don't want the case to be solved. He don't want to bring anybody to justice. He thinks it's foul play, and he wants this case to just go away. Poof, just get out of my state. We know the sheriff definitely don't want the case to be solved because he said, hey, no foul play. The medical examiner, she totally incompetent, sending a body to be examined for an autopsy with no lungs, a body that allegedly drowned to be examined with no lungs and no throat. Yeah, right. They're playing in our faces, fam. That's what's going on. They're playing in our faces. I don't believe that most people in Mississippi, especially Ocean Springs, Mississippi, because that's where we are right now. Ocean Springs, Mississippi, I don't believe that most of them want to see justice. See, here's what y'all got to understand. See, at some point, injustice is going to knock on your door. And then you're going to have to say, what are you going to do? Like, you're going to have to say, what am I going to do now? It finally happened to me. I know some of y'all so arrogant, y'all think it'll never happen to y'all. These uncivilized mutts who have authority to pursue justice, many of them, they're so used to getting away with everything and doing whatever they want to anybody. Some of them, they don't know how to draw the line. They don't know how to say, yo, I'm only going to do this to the blacks. Eventually, keep waking up. They get around to you. I promise you that. But what say you, fam? Drop a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts. No more talk.
Yeah, they definitely trying to get away with this. We're gonna keep that fire on them. So I got one more from Melody, Lord, and that is Nolan Wells' case takes dark turn. It's the DA now investigating a homicide. I would hope so. Jesus, we've been saying it's a homicide since the very beginning, but here we go. So once again, the Democratic Shield will give us an update on that, and then we'll be done with him, and we'll be on to something else, somebody else.
What's up, family? Something very serious is happening in the Nolan Wells investigation, and it raises a question I don't think we can even begin to ignore anymore. Is the district attorney now threatening this case to go investigate a little deeper? Is she treating this case as a potential homicide? What do y'all think? Give me a thumbs up if you say yeah. Thumbs down if you say nah, man, nah, she ain't serious. She ain't serious. See, I haven't seen the DA publicly announce that Nolan's death has officially been ruled a homicide. So I got to put that out there right now. That's important. But look at how this case is moving. The DA has already said the investigation is going before a grand jury. Nolan's official autopsy has been completed, but the results haven't been released publicly. There's an ongoing fight over digital evidence. Nolan's cell phone is now moving toward a joint forensic examination, and the prosecutors are continuing to gather evidence instead of simply accepting the original narrative and closing the case. So what exactly are they investigating? Because if authorities were completely satisfied that Nolan accidentally drowned and nobody potentially committed a crime, why does this investigation appear to be getting more serious instead of less serious? That's the question. And there's a major distinction here, fam. A homicide ruling doesn't automatically mean murder. Homicide simply means a person's death resulted from the actions of another person. Whether those actions were criminal is an entirely separate situation. But we don't even publicly have that determination yet, fam. The autopsy results are being withheld pending grand jury review. And that makes those results even more interesting. What did the medical examiner find? What is Nolan's official cause of death? What is the manner of death? Accident, homicide, undetermined. We know that the medical examiner in this case, who has been the medical examiner for some other cases where Black people mysteriously were ended up dead and the suspects were white. Well, we know that she'll pick any one of them. She'll pick anything but homicide, actually. She loves to rule suicide when Black people could turn up dead. Suicide, even if they get hung and even if they're found hung with 2 broken legs. Suicide. Even if they're found hung with no arms, they committed suicide, they hung themselves. We don't know, but somebody does. And that makes this situation so frustrating. The government possesses information that could answer some of the biggest questions surrounding Nolan's death, while the public and Nolan's family are still waiting. Then there's Nolan's cell phone. Everybody talking about the cell phone right now. The family has now agreed to a joint forensic examination. Good. Examine it. Because that phone may potentially help establish Nolan's movements, communications, and timeline during his final hours. And if investigators are seriously examining the possibility that somebody else played a role in Nolan's death, digital evidence could become extremely important. Who communicated with Nolan? When? What does the location data show, if recoverable? What photographs or videos exist? Does the digital timeline match the accounts investigators have received? Those are questions investigators should answer with evidence, not speculation. And here's why I'm watching the DA very closely, fam. First and foremost, I do not trust her. We're now hearing that this case could reach a grand jury within roughly the next month. Grand jurors could potentially hear evidence the public has never seen. They could hear witness testimony. They could receive forensic evidence. They could learn what's in that autopsy. And depending on what the prosecutors present, they could ultimately be asked to consider whether the probable cause exists for criminal charges. It doesn't mean somebody will be indicted. It doesn't mean Nolan's friends committed a crime. And it definitely doesn't mean we should declare somebody a murderer based on internet theories. But it does mean this case is still alive. And that alone matters. Because remember where this all started, fam. The early public narrative was essentially that there was no indication of foul play. Well, let me back up. That wasn't the public's narrative. That was the sheriff's narrative, John Ledbetter. And I always say if John led better, he would know better. Anyway, moving on. Now, weeks later, prosecutors are still gathering evidence. The autopsy remains under wraps. Nolan's phone is being pursued for forensic examination, and a grand jury is expected to review the investigation. That's movement. So I'm not telling you the DA has officially declared Nolan's death a homicide. She hasn't publicly done that based on anything I've seen about that was out there. You know, I haven't been able to verify any of that, but I am asking something different. Has evidence caused prosecutors to take a harder look at the possibilities that weren't being publicly emphasized at the beginning? Because if the answer is yes, that's huge. If the answer is no, then eventually, evidently, the DA needs to explain exactly where this investigation stands. Either way, the next few weeks could tell us a lot. Watch that cell phone examination. Watch that grand jury. And most importantly, watch what eventually happens with that autopsy. Because once the official cause and manner of Nolan Wells' death become known, the entire conversation could change overnight. And if that happens, look out, because there's clearly a line drawn in the sand for people who support Nolan Wells and those who support the people accused of being involved in his death. Joining me now, right now on Willie D Live, is my main man, Jack Palmieri, Attorney Jack Palmieri. Attorney Jack Palmieri to help us make sense. Jack, how you doing, man?
Very well. How are you?
I'm great. I'm doing great.
I don't want to alarm you. You're starting to sound like an attorney. You're starting to sound like a lawyer.
You know what? When I was saying it, I was like, man, it sounds like something Jack was saying. You know,
I'm sorry to rub off on you. You keep terrible company.
Hey, man. Hey, I do what I can on a small budget.
Okay.
Jack.
Thank you for having me. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Jack, what would you tell prosecutors? What would tell you that prosecutors are now treating this as a potential homicide?
The fact that we're hearing the words grand jury, all right? The fact that, people don't always realize is the prosecutors are not beholden to what law enforcement does, meaning whether or not police make an arrest or charge you with crime A, the prosecutors can choose to proceed with crime A. They can add crime B. They can drop crime A. If they're not satisfied, they can go forward on their own. And it sounds like whatever we've said, whatever we think, whatever law enforcement has or has not done, prosecutors are moving forward on their own. They're ready to convene the grand jury. It means they are bringing criminal charges against at least one person for something. And that's good news. That's progress.
Yeah, absolutely. What changes legally when a suspicious death investigation becomes a homicide?
Well, I mean, the gravity, it's, the stakes are higher now, where let's say you had a tampering with evidence charge, you're talking, third degree, second degree felony, still important. But when you get to homicide, you're talking first degree felonies, you're talking possible life sentences. You're talking about all the chips in the middle. I mean, homicide's as serious as it gets. It also means that the burden becomes that much more scrutinized, whereas you may forgive a crack in a prosecution case on a lesser charge. When it's side, you're accusing someone of being the reason someone else is dead, and it's going to be all charge. So for them to be going down that road, the prosecutors have a higher burden ethically than the police. It means they believe in good faith they have something against someone.
Could the completed autopsy be driving this shift behind the scenes?
I think so. I think no matter what the autopsy is, it helps that it is completed. I know a lot of people are hinging on if it's inconclusive. Inconclusive is not necessarily good or bad. It just means we couldn't rely on the autopsy for a cause of death. But I think it will rule out that he didn't die of old age, right? He didn't die of a heart attack. So if all of the criminal possibilities are in play, that is still good from a prosecution standpoint. The fact that it doesn't say conclusively from a forensic standpoint, he died by murder, it doesn't rule it out either. And that's why you have, we talk about some circumstantial evidence or witness testimony. So I think it sounds like whatever the forensic examination says does not hurt the prosecution. If it helps or not, different question.
Yeah. But would the prosecutors need evidence of murder or merely evidence that another person caused Nolan's death?
I think evidence of someone causing another death is sufficient. Like you said, homicide, there's a lot of degrees of homicide. There's intentional homicide, there's reckless homicide, there's that manslaughter, there's the heat of the moment. There's, I acted so recklessly that I caused a death. Like you see that in vehicular homicides where you drove 150 miles an hour and were changing lanes and you sideswiped someone, causing their death. So it doesn't need to be an intentional, premeditated, like premeditation's your top type of homicide murder charge. It could be, but if anyone is in any way directly, indirectly responsible in some degree for Nolan's death, all bets are off.
So if this is, let's say this is treated, as a homicide. Let's say this is being treated as a homicide. Why hasn't there been any arrest?
Well, it hasn't been an arrest because law enforcement has chosen not to make the arrest. But if the prosecutors get the indictment, that arrest is imminent. So we haven't seen arrest because law enforcement didn't feel, I don't want to say what they felt. I have no faith in law enforcement in this case. But for whatever reasons they've not committed to the idea of probable cause that anyone is criminally responsible to any degree for Nolan's death. Prosecutors don't have to wait on that. They don't have to sit on that. They don't have to accept that. They say, no, we think otherwise. Unfortunately, the prosecutor can't make the arrest directly, independently. They need this grand jury to give them the indictment, give them the true bill, bring down the charge, and then you're going to see a warrant for an arrest. If that grand jury comes with a probable cause for a true bill, there'll be warrants for arrests.
I do not like how the prosecution is moving in this case. I don't like how the law enforcement is moving in this case. I don't like how the government or the governor is moving in this case. Like, it seems like everybody with some type of authority in Mississippi are all compromised, and they all seem to be leaning towards foul play. I personally think if there is an investigation, I think it's a dog and pony show, because it don't take this long for us to see no damn results of an autopsy. It doesn't, especially in a priority case like this, a case this big. This is an international case. In Mississippi, you got it. So this is supposed to be all hands on deck. Let's get these people answers immediately so we can quell public sentiment, the negative public sentiment here, because people are asking for answers, and we're getting tired of people on the internet saying this and that. Okay, let's put the real stuff out there. Let's get it out there for them so they can examine the real evidence, what's really real, and they don't have to speculate. But they're not doing that. They're sitting over there, sitting on their hands, and they're playing the waiting game. And I do believe that they're waiting for another major story to break so this story can get buried.
I think so. I'm gonna separate the prosecutors from the politicians and law enforcement. From a prosecution standpoint, I'm a prosecutor. If you want to see a true bill, you want to see an indictment for the top count for murder, right? Then it is smart. It's rational to give the prosecutors a little more time, because you want them to get it right on the first shot. You don't want them to whiff on it, have to go get more evidence later. You want it to be a nice, clean, solid indictment out the gate. It could be they've been waiting to sort out the cooperation for Nolan's phone. And that's not putting blame on anyone. Just saying they would like it from a prosecution standpoint. Maybe they want that. Maybe you made a really great point in your opening. We don't know what evidence the prosecution has. Maybe they have witness testimony we don't know about. Maybe they've been working on an agreement with someone, get someone to testify against someone else. Because whoever they have testify as a witness, you also know is not going to be their suspect.
Shout out to the
so it could be they've just been tying up the loose ends, crossing T's, dotting I's, trying to salvage public opinion if they even can. But ultimately, the prosecutor, the buck stops with them, right? If this goes sideways, at the end of the day, I would blame the prosecutor, right? Get the evidence, do it right the first time. And if it takes a little longer, I'd rather see that than rush it and muck it up.
You've been covering this case now. I've been watching a lot of your videos and stuff, and you've been bringing up some good points and analysis. What do you think is going to be on that cell phone? What do you think they're going to find?
It could be anything. It really. I don't cancel anything out. We could find a motive.
Look like we lost Jack. Let's see if we can bring Jack back. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna try to bring Jack back in a minute, fam. But in fact, let me go into the comments and see what y'all saying over here. Let me see what y'all talking about. Those boys' phones need to be investigated. Absolutely, Miss Anderson. You're absolutely right. Their phones need to be examined. We're waiting on Jack to come back. Let's see, who else we got here? Lisa. What's up, Lisa? Paul Jeffers. Fitness John. Yeah, back in a moment. We'll bring Jack back in a moment, and we'll Jack.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So my next question is this for you, Jack. Why is it that you have, let's say, the DA's office? Why is it that the DA's office could have so much latitude in regards to what cases go forward and what cases remain stuck?
I think it goes back to the burden they have. They have an ethical burden to have a good faith basis that they could bring this case to a trial and win. They don't have to know they can win, but they can't bring an absolute, from an evidentiary standpoint, loser case to a grand jury and to a trial. They have to know not that they don't think there was a crime, but that they can prove the crime, right? We can all know. It's kind of like we use the cookie in the cookie jar example. You know, their cookies were in the cookie jar. Your friends come over, they leave, the cookies are gone. Someone ate them. You know someone ate them. You have to prove beyond the exclusion of every reasonable doubt who ate them. And there's always a difference between knowing something happened and proving something happened. Prosecutor has to prove it. That's
Give me
why
some
they,
using that analogy. I want to stick to this analogy right quick. Using that analogy, you brought up the cookie analogy. Let's say somebody did eat the cookies. What are you looking for? What evidence are you looking for to say, Willie, I know you was in that kitchen, man. I know you went in there. It wasn't nobody here but me and you. You saying you didn't eat the cookies, but I know you ate them cookies. I didn't see you eat the cookies, but I know you ate those cookies. How do you prove I ate those cookies?
I put you as the last person with the cookies, right? I looked for the cookie crumbs in your teeth. But to start, I put you in the room with the cookies. No one else was there. It was just you and the cookies. Now the cookies are gone. No one else could have done it.
So it was just you, and it was you and Nolan. You was the last one with Nolan, and Nolan is gone. So wouldn't it be fair for me to assume that you had some type of connection to his disappearance?
Very fair, very fair. Just don't expect me to admit it, right? But very fair for you to assume it.
Right. Yeah. In regards, I know we're talking about the cell phone, and this is a very critical piece of evidence. Could that cell phone become critical to establishing homicide or eliminating it?
It could. It could. If there's anything on there about what Noah's intentions were, hey, I'm staying behind. Hey, I'm catching the next boat back. Hey, I can't believe Wyatt had an issue with me. Or, of course, I mean, anything could be on there. That's why it's so crucial. I don't know, and I'm dying to know. Again, to the extent it doesn't help, doesn't mean it hurts, right? It could be nothing. It could not, and that's okay. Let's rule it out. But if it does help, it could be crucial, because again, we're still trying to tie it together. So I'm wildly curious. I just want to know. I don't want to guess. I want to know, and I want to work with that. Give me something.
If the theory of the case has changed, how likely is it that investigators will interview or re-interview Nolan's friends?
You know, for me, I'm done with the police investigators. At this point, I would weigh on the prosecution. The prosecutor's office has their own investigators on staff, okay? To the extent that we are not satisfied with law enforcement, we don't need them at this stage. We can send our own investigators out and do interviews, try to gather, tertiary evidence. And to the extent that we are going to use them, then I would look for the prosecutor to dictate to law enforcement, go get this done. Go interview this person. I need this for my prosecution. I need this for this conviction. I need this to charge this person with a crime. Go get me that thing. You know, the law enforcement and the prosecutor's office are supposed to work hand in hand. They're supposed to be able to communicate and coordinate. And if a prosecutor says, you know what, I heard there's a ring camera on a door at Smith Street. Do me a favor, go check that out. They can go do it.
Well, one of the things that they allegedly did first, before they did anything, before they even went to Nolan's parents' house, they went to the judge's house. Have you heard that audio?
No.
Okay, that's audio. I actually got it on one of the other videos, one of the previous videos. I think it's like maybe 2 or 3 videos down. That's audio where the deputies are on the phone, and they're on the phone and they're talking about going to what's her name? The judge's house. I can't say her name now. Ashley, I think her name is Ashley. No, is it Ashley? Ashley Cole, yeah. So they're talking about going to her house. They're on their way to her house. There's a missing body. There's a person missing. Instead of them going to the family house, they're going to the judge's house. Now, what's that about?
I like that from an evidentiary investigative standpoint for 2 reasons. One, if someone's missing, you need the most crucial, immediate information you can get right now to find that person. If you know someone's missing and you know someone knows something about that person, you don't want there to be a missing person. Going to the family is important because you want them to know, but you also don't want to scare them. You hope to not have a crime on your hands, right? And the family's not going to know where Nolan is, presumably, if he's missing. I want to find this person before it's too late. Now, what they should have done is send 2 units. Send 1 unit to the judge's house, send another unit to Nolan's parents' house. That's what they could have done. I presume there's more than 2 officers in this department. Send 2 squads immediately, 1 to the family, 1 to the source of the information. If I have to pick one, I'm going with the judge because I want to find this person.
What does the judge have to do with, what does the judge have to do with it?
Presumably she's the one that makes the first call to law enforcement, to 911, to inform authorities there's a possible missing person. Now, I don't know what that call was. I don't know that call has come out yet. Presumably it wasn't all inclusive. And even if it was, you want to get more information about this missing person. How do you know that? You know, how do you know someone's missing? What else can you remember? Anything? Well, have you learned anything new since you made the call? They don't know yet that it's going to be a homicide or a death, or it could be little Bobby's hiding in the garbage can, right? All you know is there's a missing person, water's involved. Time is of the essence. Time is so critical in a missing person. If you see the reports and the statistics, the longer a person goes missing, incrementally, the less likely they are to be found in good health. So you got to find that person right away. It's very tough. I mean, again, this is a little bit of Monday morning quarterbacking. They could have gone to the family, and then the argument could have been made, why weren't you spending more time looking for him than going to the family? If the family doesn't know, and now you just worry the family, go find the boy, go find this young man. But they should have had more officers involved simultaneously, because maybe the family does know. Send 2 squads. That would have been the best play.
And I agree with that. If you're going to send somebody to the judge's house, one of them slow pokes in Mississippi should have said, you know, Bob, I think it might be a good idea if we send somebody over to the Walsley's address, because it's their son that's missing. Wouldn't you want to know if it's your son? Send the boys and send someone saying, let's do something, man. Let's get on out there, get your ass on out there and go to the family's house. And don't meet them at no damn McDonald's. You give the judge the courtesy of going to her house and being in the comfort of her house for an investigative meeting to talk about this kid that's missing, but you tell the parents to meet you at McDonald's. You don't go to their house and let them be in. These are the people who potentially have a dead child on their hands. And you tell them meet us at McDonald's. And then when you get there, you drop off a form for them to fill out, and then you take off. The family was the first investigators on the case. The family. They're the ones who went out and searched for Nolan's body first. It wasn't the Coast Guard. It wasn't law enforcement. It was the family. The family of Nolan Wells has been disrespected in this case from its inception. And this underscores how incompetent and corrupt Mississippi officials are. And I mean on all levels. Ain't none of y'all good. All y'all terrible. All of you. Yeah, you got one or two, somebody working in there trying to do well or whatever, but eventually you're gonna corrupt them too. So I'm telling you, any of y'all that's working in Mississippi, y'all some officials, and you in law enforcement, you in healthcare, if you're in the judicial system and you really mean well, you better get out, because Mississippi ain't gonna change. It's legendary for being corrupt. It's legendary for being incompetent. It's legendary for having a bunch of mediocre people who think their SHIT don't stink.
Listen, everything you're saying is right. Everything you're saying is right.
If you were representing Nolan's family right now, what's the number one question you're demanding from you're demanding that the prosecutor answer?
If I want them to tell me right now, I know they won't tell me specifics. Tell me generally, what have you done? I'm the family, I'm the parents. I know it's an open investigation. I know all the rhetoric, I know the lines. Give me something to have faith in you that you're doing right by my son. Tell me, what are you expecting in this grand jury? You know, what I'd like to know, what charges are you bringing to the grand jury? Are you bringing homicide charges? Are you bringing tampering charges? Are you bringing something else? What are you bringing? You know, because we are automatically tying a grand jury to a homicide charge. That might not be the case. You know, I think it should be. I think that's where this should be going. We don't know that yet. What charges are you actually bringing? What are you doing? The law enforcement has failed me. The politicians have failed me, right? They failed. No, they failed his family. The federal government is taking a pass right now. They have failed. What are you doing? What are you doing to maintain any hope in the justice system? Show me the justice in the system. Give me some. I'm his mom and dad. Give me something. They can do that.
Yeah, they could, but they're not, because, you know, because like I said, they're corrupt. They and I think they take pride in that corruption. You got to know how y'all been moving, to know Mississippi's reputation. They have done nothing to try to correct, you know, people's perception of them, people's negative perception of Mississippi. They have done absolutely nothing to be inviting, nothing, you know, to show that they have progressed, to show evolution. It's sad, bro, because it's all kinds of stuff that's happening on the ground in Mississippi. You probably don't know, but they got this, they got a hit right now out on Black homeowners, where they're trying to literally steal Black homes from underneath its owners. Like literally coming up with all these little legal loopholes and games and stuff that they play to try to steal people's property. Yeah, so I know about that Mississippi. I keep my eyes on y'all. I know what y'all be doing out there. I don't trust y'all. I don't trust none of y'all. None of y'all. All of y'all. You're in the same gang, man. How do you live with yourselves? You're supposed to be better than your ancestors. How you gonna take that right? See, but that's what happened, man. That's what happened when your blood is poison. That's right. I said it. Prove me wrong, Mississippi. One of y'all officials out there, step up to the plate and show me something different, Mississippi. Who out there? Y'all say y'all decent. You're decent. You're God-fearing people. You're God-loving people. You love community. You love your brother, your sister. Show me. I ain't from Mississippi, but I could easily be from the show me state. Because you got to show me. Action speaks louder than words. Mississippi, where you at? All of you so-called good, decent people. Y'all know what it is. A lot of y'all know exactly what happened to Nolan Wells. Why you ain't came forward? How come you ain't came forward? Yeah, you haven't came forward because you're not as decent as you would like to think you are. That's why you haven't come forward. Because you're wicked and your blood is poisoned. Yeah, anyway.
No, listen, you're right on. They're doing nothing for their reputation. If anything, they're leaning in on it. I think I've said from the beginning, you don't get a 911 call made unless someone knows something. Sometimes the hardest thing to do in life is the right thing. And that's why it's the right thing. That's why you're supposed to. You step up. You know, a lot of people are hurting here from the family in a very, direct to the community, to all of us here watching. Someone's got to step up and do the right thing. I hope the prosecutor's having some success with that where law enforcement did not. But we need someone, like you said, to hold the banner for what is right and good. Otherwise, it's more of the same.
Absolutely. It's more of the same. Well, let's hope, man, we get some changes real soon. We're 2 days away. Actually, we're 1 day away from Nolan's birthday. Yeah, we're less than 24 hours away from his birthday. He would have been 19 years old if somebody hadn't taken his life. He would have been 19 years old. And there's a candlelight visual for him that his parents are holding in his honor with the entire community and beyond. So make sure that y'all tune in for that. I will be live for that. I'll present that live, and I hope y'all will join me. Thank you, Jack, for joining me again, man. As always, I appreciate your insight.
You're very welcome, my friend. Thank you.
For sure. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this episode of Willie D Live. I appreciate y'all. Until next time, enjoy the rest of your morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are in the world. No more talk.
Yeah, it's definitely a homicide. As soon as it gets charged, we'll keep y'all updated. Lord. All right, so moving on. Just added this topic. But, Nicki Minaj thought that she was going to endorse that Tether Byron Donalds. And then we're going to continue to expose the Tetherism. FBI exposed the Tetherism. So, Nicki Minaj is a tether, and so is Byron Donalds down in Florida. That's the one I said he didn't support our reparations because his parents wouldn't get it. He's like Panamanian or something else. He's definitely not FBA. So our brother Water God TV gonna give us an update on that. Sure. Shout out to the Water Gang. Damn, I missed it. Oh, it's today. Okay.
This is gaslighting. You have my vote for Byron Donalds. First of all, she don't live in Florida. Second of all, she's not a U.S. citizen. How does he have her vote?
What I immediately saw was two people of an immigrant background with shared best interests, okay? Now, do I have anything against anybody? No. But we have to speak on the matter at hand, okay? And on the obvious, right? And I like Nicki Minaj, but if both of these people are from a Caribbean background, then their loyalty is going to lie with other people of a Caribbean background. Okay? It's not going to lie with foundational Black Americans.
Might have to drop a dime on them. For sure. You know what I'm saying? Stop. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So check this out. Nicki Minaj endorses Byron Donalds in the FBA community, and some YTs are mad. Okay, they not co-signing this Byron Donalds for governor. Now, Nicki Minaj and Byron Donalds are immigrants, which we don't care for immigrants in our politics because they don't have the same mindset that we have on the goals and things that we trying to accomplish. So we don't want them in our politics at all. Any immigrants, we don't care where you're from, right? Let's just get that out.
Y'all will continue to allow this woman to gaslight and grift you. And I know when I post this, I'm going to get a whole bunch of comments because every time I talk about her, all of her people come in my comments all angry and mad. I really don't care because this is gaslighting. You have my vote for Byron Donalds. First of all, she don't live in Florida. Second of all, she's not a U.S. citizen. How does he have her vote?
Right. Who paid her for that? You know she got paid for that. She don't even live in Florida. Now she want to get all her barbs to support. You see how people use their supporters, people who rock with them, and they politicize.
You are not a Florida resident. You are not an American citizen. But she posts this kind of shit. And a lot of y'all that are her fans that don't take the time to actually understand things and just blindly believe whatever are going to see this because she's like, Barbs, please support him however you can. And y'all will run in line to follow the directive of someone who can't even do what she's telling you to do. And this is why we say, y'all, it's wild and it's propaganda and she's clearly getting a check because you cannot vote for this man. So how does he have your vote? It's beyond ridiculous. And at some point, y'all need to realize some things are just being done because she needs a check. Before any of you come in my comments with saying anything, just know this is my fucking state. This is my governor's race. So yeah, her putting this out there, that matters to me because he is not for us. So I have stake in this. And this is a problem.
What's up, you guys? So I saw that Nicki Minaj is endorsing Byron Donalds, and everyone else is talking about the MAGA aspect of it, okay? Honestly, that is not even what popped in my head. I understand that's an aspect of it. Truth be told, I don't care one way or the other because I don't belong to, subscribe to any political party, so I don't really immediately look at that. Okay. What I immediately saw was two people of an immigrant background with shared best interests. Okay. Now, do I have anything against anybody? No, but we have to speak on the matter at hand. Okay. And on the obvious, right? And I like Nicki Minaj, but if both of these people are from a Caribbean background, then their loyalty is going to lie with other people of a Caribbean background. Okay? It's not going to lie with foundational Black Americans. Byron Donalds has already said that he is completely against reparations. Why? Okay? The real reason why is because his family wouldn't get it. Now, if his family was from the descendants of American slavery, then he would be all right with it, I'm sure. Or maybe not, being that he's a Republican. And they generally tend to be against that. Well, shit, the Democrats are against it too. We all on our own at some point. I hope we recognize that. But at the end of the day, their loyalty politically does not lie with the best interests of Black Americans, okay? It's going to lie with immigrants or the cause of Caribbean immigrants or African immigrants, but it is going to overshadow the best interests of Black Americans. And again, I don't have anything against anybody. Anybody that knows me in real life knows that I'm cool with people of various different backgrounds, okay? But when it comes to my politics, I have to vote on the best interests of my household, which is a Black American household, okay? So, at the end of the day, Black American best interests and Black immigrants' best interests are usually not the same, okay? Black immigrants' best interests usually line up with other immigrants who end up being other races, ethnicities, whatever you want to call it. But y'all get my point. I'm just saying they have shared commonalities, which those two words mean the same thing. Y'all get what I'm saying. Shit, bye, y'all. Love y'all.
Y'all, I had to run to the comments on this one. Oh my God. Donald Trump speaks to Byron Donalds. That one is smart. You have smart ones and you have some that aren't quite so good. My ass ran straight to the comments section and it didn't disappoint. Somebody said $20 he'll say the N-word before the election. Black Trump supporters, y'all are the smart colors. I know that's not supposed to be funny, but at this point, what the fuck can you do? Somebody said just a modern day plantation owner showing off his smart boy. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, master. I can read. I'm the only one that can read. Claudia Jordan said, wow. And y'all niggas still gonna cap for him because he think they gave him $1,200. Somebody said this is gonna be one of the fucking longest election seasons praying for our mental health. Mine is already gone. Corey said, all I heard was he was one of the Blacks that are smart. Y'all got to read between the lines and have some discernment of what people are really trying to say. Flyer said, look at that African American over there. K. Fizz said, you better smile and clap, Uncle Byron. It's your party. Now, this one got me. They used to say, I want that one when they were auctioning off slaves back in the day. I know Black
who has done, and you still have yet to answer my question. Why do you support Israel?
Well, first of all, Israel is our longstanding ally in the
kids, because right now it seems like you're okay with kids. So like
do what is necessary to obliterate the enemy that brings the women in our country. That's what we do. Do you think that slaughter is to obliterate the enemy?
Human beings is always wrong.
The YTs are turning on Byron Donalds. Okay, he thought he had all the support because Donald Trump co-signed him, but I'm finna show y'all in this video, they putting that full court press on Byron Donalds, trying to sabotage his campaign. Now, y'all know we, okay, Foundation of Black Americans, he went to Tampa and was asked about, is he for reparations? And he said no, just because, you know, he's Caribbean. Not the fact that we deserve it and what our ancestors went through. He said no because, you know, how would he distinguish who gets it and who don't get it? So he been canceled, you know, from the culture since then. But make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. We're gonna show you how some of the YTs is crashing out on. Check it out.
We need to talk about Byron Donalds for a minute. This man right here is running for governor for the great state of Florida, and lots of people only want to vote for him because Trump said he would make a great governor someday. Nobody wants to do actual research or due diligence on any of the candidates. They just want to vote for whomever somebody tells them to vote for. Well, here's the problem. This man right here is a rhino. He is only a Republican by name. He has the same ideologies as Democrats. He has the same thought process as Democrats, and he backs a lot of the same laws that are held up over in California and New York City, starting with what happened to Floyd. When Floyd passed away, he said something should be done, the exact same thought process as the Democrats. He thought the police were in the wrong, the exact same thought process as the Democrats. And if you don't believe me, here's the video.
I support people protesting. I want to make sure that there's justice for George Floyd. We definitely have to do something about police brutality in America.
He also agrees with a lot of the California and New York City laws when it comes to theft.
A Samsung S10, which is on Samsung's site right now, is $999. Currently today, if a 19-year-old stole that phone from somebody else, they will be a felon for the rest of their lives. Now, stealing the phone is wrong. I grant you that. The question is, does the lifetime of lost wages, a lifetime of being a felon, is that worth the crime of a felony theft? Is that punishment equitable? In my opinion, that answer is no. It is not equitable. And that is why it is time that we as a body raise the felony theft threshold. With that, I close, Mr. Chair.
Having closed on this bill.
Yeah, you heard him right. He agrees with the theft law in California. He believes you should be able to steal up to $999 without any repercussions whatsoever. And this is exactly what happened with the riots throughout the country in places like California, New York City, etc. They were allowed to steal up to $999 and they would not arrest them in any way, shape, or form, which then places like Home Depot, Lowe's started locking everything up nationwide. That's why when you go to Lowe's and Home Depot now, everything is locked up. You can thank California for that. And guess what? Byron backs that. This man right here is not a Republican. You have to see through the nonsense that they are putting out. There is a reason why the biggest Democrat cities and counties are backing him. Orlando Sentinel, Dade County. These are heavy Democrat areas, and they're all pushing for him. You got to stop and think for a minute. After the videos you just listened to, and after all these posts where you can see the Democrats are pushing for him, don't you think there's some red flags here? Even our own governor, Ron DeSantis, does not support him.
You know, you got a guy like Byron. He just hasn't been a part of any of the victories that we've had here over the left over these last years. He's just not been a part of it. He's been in other states campaigning, doing that, and that's fine. But okay, well then deliver results up there. You know, that's what I want to see.
It's time my fellow Floridians saw the truth. You all are being manipulated by the media. These are the same companies, the same media outlets that want you to vote no come November 3rd, so you don't increase Homestead from 50 grand to 250 grand, because these same exact cities are the same cities that are Democrat ran, that are misappropriating funds, and they want that extra money in their pocket. These are the people lying to you, and it's time you saw the truth.
And Congressman Byron Donalds, he's got a whole crowd there behind him cheering him on. Congressman, thank you for joining us tonight. It looks like you're the clear front runner in this primary, but we got to get through the election to find out if you are the nominee coming into the general election. How do you sort yourself from someone like David Jolly, who was once a Republican himself?
Well, first of all, look, Florida, we are the free state of Florida. We're a red state. Ron DeSantis has done a tremendous job. And you got a guy like David Jolly, who quite frankly wants to have us follow Virginia and follow New York and follow New Jersey. But that's not what the people of Florida want. The people of Florida, what they want is to remain free. They came here for a reason, to chase that Florida dream. And so over the next 79 days or so, we are going to be crisscrossing Florida and making sure that we keep the Florida dream alive and well for all of the people that have chosen the state, and many people who have lived here as fourth, fifth, sixth generation Floridians. Florida's going to remain number one. That's how we defeat David Jolly this November.
I just voted, and it was not for Byron Donalds. I'll say that much. Go vote. Come on, Florida, do your thing.
All right, so y'all see how everybody feel about Byron Donalds, about him being the governor, and about Nicki Minaj endorsing him, okay? The immigrant endorsing the immigrant. All right, I want to know what y'all think about that in the comment section. I want to give a big shout out to all my supporters. Shabazz, I love you. Fresh always, love all y'all. All my supporters, man. Y'all kids. Everybody who's been supporting the channel, man, keeping the channel going, love and appreciate y'all. We do got that book that's coming out with FBA Black History. We're trying to rewrite what they're trying to put out for FBAs, and we want it coming from us. So y'all look out for that, man. It's going to be out. And it is a Black American parade in New York, in Harlem. Y'all catch me there, man. So we're going to definitely represent for the lineage. I'll catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control four basic things You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Wow, man, that's just funny as hell. Tether on tether. Endorsing. In the hell happened with this video? It's not available. Oh. All right, so we'll move on to the next topic. And as our brother Chase, he's going to give us an update on these Caribbean tethers, more Caribbean tethers. As was just alluded to, there it's going to be a Black American parade in Harlem. Look forward to that. But in the meantime, a Caribbean man claims in Brooklyn, no one is American, completely erasing FBAs. Oh, Lord. So brother Chase McGee going to give us an update on that. Mission of Salvatore Brother Foundation of Black American History. Brother Chase McGee. Oh, I'm sorry, I ain't sure. Okay, let's see it now. Shout out to the 30 plus viewers. It was up to 60 at one point. We're almost to 1,000 subscribers. We're 4 away. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe button.
80,000 likes on it. They're always doing this little passive aggressive stuff. Just like this post went viral, family. This post went viral on Instagram. It had like over 80,000 likes on it. Now, this is the AI post, but it had over 80,000 likes on Instagram. Okay? And it says, I'm from Brooklyn, where no one is American. Oh, boy. It says, where my New York family at? Where my New York family at? It said, I'm from Brooklyn, where no one is American. And behind him, it got all these Caribbean flags. It's Jamaica, Haiti, Trinidad, the Bahamas, X, Y, and Z. This is the little passive aggressive shit they do all the time, family. And the Pan-Africanists and the tethers play innocent like they don't know what's going on. They knew this was a direct shot. Him posting this is a direct shot at foundational Black Americans. This is about erasure, family. And all of this is about erasure. Okay? This is the shit they post. And let me go to the Instagram post. Let me go to the Instagram post. Hold on. Okay. Let me go to the Instagram post. Let me remove this. Let me put up this. Here we go. Okay, this is the Instagram post. And as you can see, it got 81,000 likes. All the Caribbean, they love posts like this. And I tell y'all, family, all the time, you have to understand that a lot of these Black foreigners, they have a Columbus mindset. I really want y'all to understand that. They have a Columbus mindset. Let me get on the big screen for this because I really want y'all to see my face when I say this. A lot of foreigners have a Christopher Columbus mindset. They try to rewrite or start history when they arrive on the scene. Let me say that again. This is a common theme amongst a lot of Black foreigners. Not all, because you got some riders out there, but the tether class especially, they try to rewrite history or start history when they arrive on the scene. So them coming there and flooding Brooklyn after the 1970s, they try to do this whole hostile takeover thing like Brooklyn is theirs now. They do this everywhere they go. I tell y'all all the time the history down there in Miami. Before it was called Little Haiti, it was called Lemon City. Lemon City had a strong, vibrant, foundational Black American history and culture. Lemon City predates the city of Miami down there. But none of you have heard of Lemon City. Why? Because Haitians petitioned to be, for it to be renamed Little Haiti. So now it's known as Little Haiti. Why? Because Haitian immigrants flooded the market and just erased us out the picture completely. So now they call the neighborhood Little Haiti. This is what they do. It's a Columbus mindset. They do the same thing with hip hop. Kool Herc comes to New York in the 1960s as a 13-year-old teenage boy, and that's when hip hop started. Now, every element of hip hop, from breakdancing, okay, to MCing, to graffiti, okay, to what's my other one? Breakdancing, graffiti, to DJing. All of that existed within foundational Black American culture prior to Kool Herc arriving. You had the Disco King Marios of the world. Okay, you had the Trixies, X, Y, and Z. You had the Pigmeat Markhams out here rapping. Louis Jordan out here rapping. Decades prior. But they like to start history when they arrive on the scene, similar to Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus made it to the island of Hispaniola, and this motherfucker said he discovered this shit. He literally shook the hands of people on the island and said, well, you know what? I discovered this shit. How the hell you discover something, okay, when people are already there greeting you? This is what they do, family. They flood the area, and then they do this hostile takeover where Brooklyn is now Caribbean, and we're guests in our own country, in our own cities. We're guests. And then they come to the comment section, family, and they do things like this. They do things like this in the comment section. Uh-oh, hold on. Hold on one second. They do things like this. This is that little gaslighting stuff that they like to do, family. Let me go down here. Let me make it a little bigger. And shout out to the FBAs, because a lot of FBAs were on their bumper in the comment, on this dude's bumper in the comment section. But they do little things like this. So y'all gonna start diaspora wars in the comments over an AI post? Don't fall for it. See, they always make it about our response. It's never about the initial transgression. Okay? It's never about the initial violation, family. It's always about our response. It's the problem is y'all FBAs be responding. Someone calls us an Akata and we get on a bumper. Oh, you starting a diaspora war. Why are you responding? Like, just ignore it. They always do stuff like that. They always do stuff like that. But shout out to the Foundation of Black Americans in the comments section. Shout out to this brother right here. He says immigrants wouldn't be able to walk this country if it wasn't for Black Americans. Facts. Okay. Now, this is somebody saying I didn't actually meet true Black Americans until I moved out of NYC, and there's definitely was a culture shock. Like, what you mean you don't like beans, peas, and rice? Okay. And that's very interesting because immigrants always claim to be people who travel. Okay. They always claim to be more traveled than us. They know about geography more than us. They know about world history more than us. Okay. Here's somebody saying, I'm from Brooklyn and I'm the only one that's not an immigrant. Laughing emoji. Both parents from New York. Shout out to the FBAs in the comments section. Okay. He said, this is a great comment. I had to like this comment. It said, that's the problem with Caribbean people. Give them a mile and they take 10. Why can't y'all just be thankful that the city allowed y'all to celebrate on their streets? The streets belong to real Americans, not those who made their way in. Shout out to that, brother or sister. Shout out to that, brother or sister. But like I said, the reason they do that is because they have a Columbus mindset. It's about hostile taking over stuff. Okay? It's about that at all times. They got to do a hostile takeover, family. They got to always try to erase us as well. See, we present a major problem to the tether class. The tether class, they're so filled with jealousy, envy, and hatred, and we're literally a walking contradiction that you can create something, you can build something in your homeland, like we built over here. We built the United States of America brick by brick. We created this influence. We fought tooth and nail, but we are an example of the walking contradiction they are, in the fact that they fled. So they have to do this whole thing where they kind of take over our spot. They erase us. They act like we don't really exist. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. No, Liberty City. Yeah, I understand Liberty City and Living City are two different cities. But they act like we don't even exist. They act like we're immigrants too in our homeland. They do that all the time, family. Yeah, they love home but don't want to go back. That's a fact. That's a fact. And again, you have some cool brothers and sisters. You have some riders who are Caribbean. You have some riders who are African. But a significant amount are tethers. A significant amount are on BS at all times. Yeah, they try to take over the mom. They do that all the time, family. They do this hostile takeover thing. But it is what it is. Because like I say, we're in a new era. We're in a new day. And this is why delineation continues to grow for the Pan-Africanists who are listening. Okay? For the Democratic Shields, for the people who are anti-FBA. This is why delineation continues to grow. We didn't make him post that. We didn't make Umar say that. We don't make you Tether say you these ridiculous things in the comment section. Y'all go out your way to say it. But we got time now. We responding now. We got our backs against the wall, and anybody who run up is getting that work, whether they're white, Latino, Asian. Look at my page. We broken down all this stuff. Okay? Black immigrants, everybody can get that work. No one's off limits. It's FBA versus everybody, if that's how y'all want to play it.
That's right, Brother Chase. Shout out to Brother Chase McGee. Get the hell with those goddamn tethers. Lord, I hope the FBA family show up and show out at that parade, because this is ridiculous. Like you said, they come over here with that Columbus mentality. Oh, poof. Nothing existed until we got here. Like, no, we're not doing that. Oh, shit. I just closed out while I was set for play next. Damn it. Hold on. Let's back up. Okay. So the next topic is Tony Romo, former quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. I call them Cowgirls because I can't stand them. And my Broncos have owned them since the 90s. Fans defend him after him being arrested for OWI suspicion. So, Brother Tori and Rain Reloaded is going to give us an update on that.
With you. I cannot remember the last time Tony Romo's name came across my mental. I can't remember the last time I saw that name, heard that name, let alone said the name until this video right here. Now, this video is going to pretty much cover two things. The first thing is how it's going to piggyback off of the deep dive that I just recently did about glossing over white criminality, and also bringing up the anti-blackness angle with this story. So in case y'all are unaware, a couple weeks ago, Tony Romo, who everyone knows was very well known in the NFL, then he retired and he became an analyst for CBS on the NFL side. He was involved in an incident where he basically got tested and he was hit with the suspicion of OWI. Now, I didn't know what OWI meant until I looked it up, and OWI stands for operating while intoxicated. So think of it as a DWI or DUI. It's pretty much all in the same thing. They just, I guess they just gave another label to it. And that's what he got hit with. But now his job with CBS is in jeopardy because they say that because he got hit with that, he basically broke a morality clause, which basically says in one of the clauses that you cannot be arrested or have anything happen with you on a legal side, especially something like this, where now his job is probably in jeopardy. And to be honest with you, CBS probably wouldn't feel the type of way if they had to let Tony Romo go, because to my knowledge, he's one of the highest paid analysts over this. So if they was to cut him, they were like, we saved some money. But based on what I do know is that he was arrested in Wisconsin on suspicion of operating while intoxicated, hence the OWI. And now the incident has had some consequences with it. They say he was stopped by the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office after deputies observed unsafe driving, and according to authorities, he showed signs of impairment, performed poorly on the sobriety test, and an open alcoholic beverage container was found in his vehicle, and then he was arrested, and then he was later released. And they said that he's scheduled to appear back in court on September 21st in Wisconsin. And they said as a first OWI offense is handled generally as a civil offense rather than a criminal one, though the legal process is still ongoing. And it's according to CBS Sports, they said that he is on leave until further notice. And as of right now, former NFL defensive star J.J. Watts will be temporarily replacing him as CBS's lead NFL broadcast team along Jim Nance. And they also said Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, I always call him Master Jerry, because you can't tell me that dude does not look like he does not come from a lineage of people who owned some plantations back in the day. They said he expressed support for Romo, not surprised there. And he says that he believes that Tony will work through the situation. Of course they think that. Again, if y'all go back and watch my deep dive that I recently did on glossing over white criminality, because this right here is proving my point. So I wanted to go over that first and share with y'all what the issue is at hand here. This dude was driving, they said, an OWI. They found an open alcoholic beverage in his car, which means he was most likely drinking and driving at the same time. And he could have injured or killed himself, or he could have injured or killed somebody else. Like, that's a very serious thing. That's why what he's being hit with is not as severe, because there were no casualties. Had someone got injured, shoot, even if a dog got hit, then, that's probably would have escalated even more. But the reason why I'm now going into the anti-blackness angle is because I want you to see this one tweet that an individual put up that then spiraled into another series of tweets when it comes to how they choose to defend people that they like, but they still have to find a way to swindle us into the conversation, even when we had nothing to do with it. So you see this post right here written by this woman by the name of Gina Milan. I'm going to be quite honest with you. I had no idea or clue who this woman was until I saw it in a group chat that I'm in. And then I looked at her bio, and she was saying something about her being unapologetic, unresilient, or resilient, or some crap. And then it said Trump 2024. And that told me all I needed to know. So she reposted the New York Post article about this story. And what she said was, if Tony Romo was black and beat his wife, he'd still have his job. Lady, why in the world did you bring black people into this? I know it's a rhetorical question, but why? She had to bring black people into this in a situation involving Tony Romo, a whole white man who did this to himself. And she says if he was black and he beat his wife. First of all, Tony Romo's situation had nothing to do with beating anybody. It was him driving under the influence, that OWI. But then she brought up a black man beating his wife, now putting out there that black men are domestic abusers. Not saying that there aren't any out there, because it is, but that can apply across the board. But see how she framed it? If a black man was to do something as violent as beat his wife, then he wouldn't go to jail, or he would still have his job. First of all, I highly doubt that. Have we seen what just recently happened in the last couple of weeks with Ryan Clark and a few others who have been let go from their jobs, and they didn't even do what she claims in this ridiculous tweet? But here we are. Like I said, the foundation of every grifter's grift is the degradation of Black people, especially Black Americans. I'll go even further. The grift does not move unless Black people are somehow shoehorned into it, into a situation that we have no grounds on. And these are the same people that will sit up there and try to tell us to stop making everything about race. She didn't have to put that. She chose to put that, and she knew that her saying that was going to get her some engagement, and indeed it did. So I'm going to go over some of the people that responded to what she said and who was basically in agreement with what she said, and they sounded even more ridiculous than she did. This person right here said, "No lies told here, Black privilege." Y'all, I told y'all a while ago, in case y'all didn't hear, I said that I have a deep dive coming soon about what Black privilege would look like if it actually existed. I cannot wait for y'all to hear that commentary. It's going to blow your mind when you hear what I got to say about that. But he up here talking about some Black privilege. It's amazing the fantasy or the lopsidedness of their brain that they decide to dwell in when it comes to talking about Black people in our affairs, because this is the world that the fantasy that they decide to live in, because they don't live in reality with the rest of us. They've created their own little bubble where this is a thing, where they believe Black privilege is actually a thing. Where look at the video I just recently did about the individual who was driving 100 miles an hour in a 55 mile an hour zone, and he ended up taking out this young lady and her mother and injuring a 12-year-old, and all he got was 6 months in prison and 3 years probation. But they want to sit up here and talk about some Black privilege. Lord, this other person right here says, "I don't give two fucks if Tony Romo gets a speeding ticket or a DUI. He's still the best announcer in football. We want him back. If he murders someone, they said hijacks, but they meant to say hijacks a plane or bombs a building, then I get it. He needs to be fired and in prison. But short of that, I want him on the air." So again, this is them glossing over criminality, because again, while this person, like I said, Tony Romo got a DUI, this could have ended badly for him or somebody else, but because it didn't, this should have been, we should just gloss over this. I'm telling you, again, don't let these individuals come up here and talk this game of that they have better morals than Black people. Look at what they're defending. This is still a criminal act. It's also a very reckless act that Tony Romo did. He should have known better. If he was going to drink like that, he should have got an Uber or a Lyft, and then when he has had time to recover, then he can go to wherever his car was at and then drive it home. That's what it should have been. Or he has the money. He could have paid a towing company to get the car from the parking lot wherever he was at and have them tow the car to his residence. I mean, he could have easily did that, but nope. He decides, I'm going to get behind the wheel of my car while intoxicated, most likely before he got behind the wheel of his car, and then continues to drink while in his car. But leave it to this person. They don't care. They don't care that he said he doesn't care if he got a speeding ticket or a DUI. Wow. Again, these are the same people that would tell Black people to take accountability. Yep. This person right here said, "Yep, for sure, wouldn't have ever been charged with anything." Again, the lies that they tell themselves, anybody would have got charged with that. What makes people think that anyone's just going to walk away from this? Again, what it is they're trying to plant this seed in their head that Black privilege, quote unquote, is indeed a thing, and that white people are being so brutally oppressed by something. They don't know what it is. We don't know what it is, and we know it don't exist. They know it don't exist, but they're trying to find something. Like, this is the definition of grasping for straws. This is the definition of throwing something at the wall, anything at the wall, as much as they can at the wall, and hoping something sticks, but nothing's sticking. Every time they throw something at the wall, it repels back. Every time they throw something at the wall, it slides down. Nothing's sticking, and they're trying to find something, and it doesn't work, and it makes them sound ridiculous. This person said if he was Black and he murdered his wife and her friend in his driveway, he would be found not guilty. Again, this narrative of Black people, or Black men in particular, being extremely violent. Like, look at the narratives that they're creating for themselves that they feel Black men would not get charged with or arrested for. Black men have been arrested for way less and still are being arrested for way less historically. So if you think that Black men can do a crime like that and not at least get arrested and charged, you must be living out of your mind. Like, this is absolutely insane, but I'm not in the least bit surprised by these responses. So here we have this one. It says, Michael Vick used to beat, torture, and make dogs fight to death, but is currently on Fox Sports. He says, some black privilege. First of all, I'm going to need this person to get that story right, because Michael Vick did not beat, torture, or make dogs fight. That was his cousin. It's just that it was on his property, and he wasn't home when it was going on. To my knowledge, I don't think Michael Vick, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, even knew that was going on. But because it was Michael Vick, you know, he was a big star at the time, and, you know, he was an easy target. His cousin was a nobody pretty much. So why go after the nobody when we can go after the somebody? And Michael Vick has paid his debt to society. He went to jail, did his time, paid the fines. He's done the appearances, you know, made the donations to PETA. Like, and that happened nearly 20 years ago. I think it happened in 2008 or something like that. So we're going like 18 years ago, and they're still bringing this up. Not surprised by it at all. And then you brought something up that, again, has nothing to do. Like, they didn't even bring up, notice that this is involving Tony Romo in an OWI, operating while intoxicated, meaning he was driving with alcohol in his system and he was impaired. Notice that all the scenarios that they bring up with black men has something to do with domestic violence, dog fighting, and the scenario of murder. None of it has anything to do with driving under the influence, driving while intoxicated, operating while intoxicated. They don't even say that. They go to the extreme where there is physical violence, a loss of life, cruelty to animals. Like, their scenarios don't even line up with the actual crime that was committed by Tony Romo. So they're not even on the same playing field. Not one time in any of these responses or any of these scenarios that they created did they say, if so-and-so was driving under the influence, if so-and-so was speeding, or anything involving a vehicle. They go to the extreme, and that's intentional. And I'm gonna go over this last one. Like I said, there's a whole bunch of them, but these were the ones I saw that stuck out to me. This person said, what did he do that was quote unquote immoral? The fact that this person even asked that lets me know I would never ask them for any type of moral advice or look to them for any moral guidance. You don't see anything wrong with driving under the influence. And I don't even know at what time of the day. I don't know if this was in the daytime or if it was at night, but at that point, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is he committed a reckless act that could have harmed him or somebody else.
Right.
But because none of that happened, we're supposed to just look over what he did. It's just supposed to be swept under the rug because, again, it's obvious, y'all. It is PC across the board down these tweets that are defending this. The only people that I saw pushing back against this that I did see in the comments were other black people, specifically black men. So again, we are not the same. Because guess what? If Tony Romo was black and he did this, I would not be on here defending what he did. I would say, okay, he's going to have to face the consequences of his actions. But meanwhile, they'll tell us we don't take accountability. Meanwhile, they up here saying, what did he do that was wrong? If he was black, then he wouldn't have gotten arrested. Or he would just been let go, or CBS wouldn't have fired him. Or first of all, CBS hasn't even fired him yet. He's just on leave. That's not the same thing as being fired. But in their minds, he was fired. He lost his job. And if he did lose his job, so what? People get fired every day, but because you're a fan and because he's white, you have a problem with it, and it turned it into a race thing. But be the same people that will sit up there and tell us to stop making everything about race.
Exactly.
Again, like I just said, defending the indefensible, and then coming out and saying if he was black and beat his wife. Again, this one tweet right here is what spiraled into all the tweets that you just saw. Even when I clicked on the New York Post, which she did not respond to underneath the post, I got some responses from there too that echoed what she was talking about right here, which means they had to have seen what she said first and then came back with that. So again, in their eyes, Tony Romo being white and arrested for an OWI, he's a white man being oppressed, even though they have proof that he was driving while intoxicated. They did the sobriety test and he failed all of them.
Yep.
They found the open bottles of alcohol in his car. I'm sure that the liquor and alcohol was heavy on his breath and they could smell it on him. But somehow, because he's white,
exactly,
or he's not black, he just has to be innocent. There's just no way that this man, who they see as wildly successful, extremely well paid, and I guess a pillar amongst them, it's just no way that that's possible. I keep telling y'all, this is who they are. I'm sure y'all don't have to. Y'all don't have to say, Torian, we told you. Listen, I already knew.
Mm-hmm.
But this right here is a perfect example of what I talked about in my deep dive about them glossing over white criminality. And again, if you have not watched that video, please go and watch it. I mean, it's perfectly in alignment with this story right here. I love when I can do my deep dives and then come right back and do a video on a news story that lines right up with what I just talked about.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all let me know what y'all think about this story down in the comments, and I will talk to you in the next one.
Yeah, the hell with Tony Homo and his punk ass supporters. Then moving along, we got the unhoused neighbor, illegal migrant, and the local Denver / Aurora news. So for the unhoused neighbor, lots been happening in California. So Trump administration cuts funding for LA homeless services. So I'm gonna play some clips on that. And then I'm going to go to another city here in Colorado. I think it's actually going to go to Nevada where Shabbat is at. Then we're going to come to Colorado, Colorado Springs. Let's see what they've been doing with the unhoused neighbors. Oh, Charlottesville, where they had the tiki torches out in 2017. They're doing something with the homeless shelter expansion. Got several clips. Then we're going to get to Denver and Colorado Springs. I think my cue is like completely out of order, but I guess I'll play it one.
White House crackdown on taxpayer-funded homelessness programs is happening here in LA. The Trump administration demanding more accountability and transparency from groups that receive federal funding. Now, 2 cabinet secretaries holding a news conference here today, and one of the things they announced that they're cutting off federal funding for LA Homeless Services, or BACCFIRES.
But as CBS LA's Lucelia Caballero reports, the administration had already announced that action back in the spring.
Certainly lots of changes announced today. First things first, they say they are looking to fund what they're calling real results. They were also very candid and clear in that they're looking to bring funding back to faith-based organizations like the one that's running this Dream Center here behind us in Echo Park. And also, they announced that they will be cutting funding from LASA. Unclear what that is going to look like immediately, only that funding could come back to LASA only if there is full transparency and full accountability. HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and HUD Secretary Scott Turner saying they're cutting off federal funding to organizations it accuses of contributing to what officials call the drug-fueled homeless industrial complex. Kennedy and Turner argue taxpayer money should be tied to measurable results and that organizations receiving federal funding should be held accountable for how those dollars are spent. And part of that, they say, is making sure that every dollar that is going into these organizations is also going to people that need it most.
They will not receive another cent of American taxpayer money until they can account for every single dollar. Money, as we all know and all agree, does not grow on trees. Taxpayers understand this. American people understand this. We must and we shall be good stewards.
The objective is not to manage homelessness indefinitely. It's to help people move out of homelessness into productive lives and into connection to community. Compassion requires us to ask whether a program works, whether money reaches the people who need it, and whether those people are becoming healthier, safer, and more independent.
Back in June, the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, or LAHSA, filed a lawsuit against the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development after HUD moved to suspend critical federal homelessness funding for the Los Angeles region. The administration says it plans on taking a tougher approach to organizations who are receiving this funding if they aren't producing what they're calling measurable results. In Echo Park, Luz Delia Caballero, CBS LA.
LAHSA responding with a statement which reads in part, as numerous audits have shown, no evidence or abuse or graft has ever been presented. In addition, we have cooperated with the federal government on their provider fraud investigations. This administration's actions will harm the families, veterans, seniors, and formerly homeless Angelenos who rely on federal resources to remain housed.
I just got you.
Welcome back to this special edition of Saturday in America. I'm Brian Yennis, in for Kayleigh McEnany, who will be back next week. Don't worry. We begin this hour with a Fox News alert. A homelessness crisis like no other in Los Angeles. More and more tents are popping up on the streets, with a new report revealing that the homeless population has increased over the past year by 3%. And city residents are feeling the consequences. Over on Skid Row, the City Journal found a homeless shelter that is giving out meth pipes.
This is a meth pipe. I didn't get it from a drug dealer. I got it from a government-funded nonprofit in the middle of Los Angeles for free. It opened last year with a mission to do harm reduction. That might sound nice, but in reality, they're handing out drug paraphernalia to the homeless, no questions asked. We went inside with a hidden camera to see exactly what was going on.
We have spray food, we have petroleum jelly.
Unbelievable. And it's reportedly being bankrolled by your tax dollars. The City Journal reports, quote, the campus is listed as a federally funded health center and reportedly pulls in around $26 million a year in local, state, and federal dollars. Saturday in America has reached out to both the center and Governor Gavin Newsom for comment. The center has not yet responded, and a member of Newsom's team directed us to another press email, which also did not respond to our request for comment. All this coming just months after Spencer Pratt called this out right here on Saturday in America.
Anybody with eyeballs in the state of California or Los Angeles knows that there has not been a reduction in one homeless person. Actually, there's been an increase of naked drug addict zombies in front of every kid's playground, every kid's school, every coffee shop.
Joining me now, California Republican gubernatorial candidate Steve Hilton. Steve, good to see you. We have to talk about that video from the City Journal. It is astounding to people. It has to be, maybe not surprising. It's astounding that they're giving out meth pipes and other drug paraphernalia at this homeless shelter, and they're doing it with our tax dollars. What changes if and when you become governor, Steve?
Yeah. Well, this is an example of why we so desperately need change in California, because year after year after year, decade after decade, these problems get worse. I'm not surprised by those scenes at that place because I was there just a few weeks ago and I tried to go in and film that and bring that to the attention of the public. They wouldn't let us in because they're embarrassed, because they know it's a disaster. And if you look at Los Angeles, $2 billion in a lawsuit that was established, $2 billion spent with nothing to show for it. Across the state of California, the state auditor found $24 billion spent on homelessness with nothing to show for it. Why? Because of incompetence and corruption and ideology. Number one, the ideology, they call it housing first, harm reduction. You can't require homeless drug addicts to get clean and get on the pathway to recovery. You just have to let them do their thing, and you put them in what they call permanent supportive housing, $1 million apartment units funded by the taxpayer, where they put someone who's addicted to fentanyl. I mean, I was with a faith-based organization actually helping homeless people. They described the situation as giving homeless street addicts second homes, because you get the $1 million apartment and then you're going back down onto the street to buy and sell drugs. The whole thing is a complete disaster, and we got to kick out the people who did it, both the Karen Bass regime in Los Angeles, but of course, this one-party rule of Democrats right across the state of California. That's why I'm running for governor.
Yeah, Steve, so what would you do differently?
Three-point plan. Number one, enforce the law. It is illegal to live on the streets. All those homeless encampments that you see, not just Skid Row, I'm on the road in California all the time. It's right across the state. Every major city, every big town, you remove the homeless encampments. It's illegal to camp on the streets. Number two, you get people into drug treatment. You get them off the streets and off drugs, and it cannot be a choice. It has to be mandatory. Number three, around 80% of people who are homeless have either severe drug addiction or severe mental health problems. You got to spend the money that we've got in abundance on mental health treatment so you get people back on track. It's actually just common sense, but these incompetent ideologues in California aren't doing it.
So we talked about the numbers. The homelessness rate in LA has increased under Mayor Karen Bass. Now she is blaming President Trump, saying that the Trump administration has driven up the cost of living, gas, groceries, and rent, pushing more families to the edge. What's your response to that?
I mean, this is all they ever have to say is blame Trump. Who's pushed up the cost of living? Excuse me, we have the highest cost of living in America. President Trump is also president in 49 other states where the cost of living is much lower. It's Democrat policies in California that have pushed up the cost of living, the highest gas prices, the highest housing costs, the highest utility bills, groceries, the most expensive in the country, all because of the policies of the Democrats. And my opponent, Javier Becerra, who's an even bigger disaster than Gavin Newsom, wants to double down on the same policies that have brought us to this point. My plan is very simple. Cut all that bloat and bureaucracy and taxes, $3 gas, cut utility bills in half, your first 150 grand tax-free. That's how you reduce the cost of living.
And to those who say that this is a problem that's befuddled California for decades, regardless of what party is in power, what would you say to that?
Well, no, they've been in power for decades. That's the problem. That's why we're in this point. It's now 16 years of one-party rule. Yes, you can see that the origins of it go back a little bit further than that, but not much. This explosion of this scandalous homelessness has been on their watch because they are captured by an ideology that says we can't require anything in exchange for government support. You can't ask people to change their behavior. And they also load up the taxpayer money into their corrupt, what we call the homeless industrial complex. This combination of nonprofits that are funded to never solve the problem but keep on raking in the cash, and crony developers who build these $1 million apartments. We got to blow the whole thing up. That's why I'm running an outsider to shake up this broken and corrupt system.
Steve Hilton with a ton of energy this morning. I appreciate you, Steve, for joining us. Good luck on your campaign for governor of California.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One. Distressing new report says after 2 years of declines, homelessness in LA is once again on the rise. The Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority says there are more than 75,000 homeless people in LA County.
LA Mayor Karen Bass has made the homeless crisis a central issue of her administration. She says cuts in state and federal funding are to blame.
You feel for them, but at the same time, you know, we're paying taxes and it's becoming an issue.
More than 73,000 people are experiencing homelessness in the county of Los Angeles, a 1.2% increase in the county, 3.4% increase in the city over last year. That's according to data released by the LA Homeless Services Authority, or LHSA.
I see people on the streets no matter where I look. You know, it's really awful, but with the current economy and how everything's are going, I'm really not surprised.
Volunteers combed through Los Angeles in January, physically tallying people living on the streets or in vehicles, and combined that with counts from interim housing facilities. LHSA says there needs to be more funding for permanent housing.
We are at serious risk of seeing similar results in future years if we cannot ensure that we have housing opportunities for people to move into.
Since 2022, Los Angeles spent more than $300 million on Mayor Karen Bass' signature initiative, the Inside Safe program. The city says more than 6,000 people moved into temporary housing through Inside Safe. But LHSA data shows about 41% of participants returned to homelessness. Mayor Bass released a statement blaming the increase in homelessness on the rising cost of living and funding.
We have dealt with unbelievable uncertainty from the federal government. Our money was cut half, 50% by Sacramento, the changes that are taking place in the county.
For 30 years, LAHSA has acted as the middleman for LA City and County, handling billions in taxpayer dollars to fund shelters and homeless services. Now it's facing operational collapse.
It is vital that LAHSA prevail in its lawsuit against HUD. The LA region simply cannot afford to lose access to permanent housing resources for over 11,000 people.
Last month, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, suspended federal dollars following an investigation which they say uncovered hundreds of millions of dollars in unaccounted for taxpayer money at LAHSA. Now, LA County and City are also cutting ties. The county just launched its own homeless services department, stripping LAHSA of more than $300 million. And the LA City Council says it is drawing up plans to pull its funding to manage the crisis directly. LAHSA fiercely denies allegations of fraud and has sued HUD to restore funding.
More people are struggling to find housing here in Southern Nevada. That's according to the latest Clark County homeless study and their time count.
8 News Now anchor Sasha Loftus joins us live in studio to break down the numbers and the support offered.
Vanessa and Denise, that report shows a 12% increase in those experiencing homelessness compared to the same time in 2024. Clark County officials call this count one of many efforts to help as many people as possible.
The Southern Nevada point-in-time count revealing more than 8,800 people, mostly adults, experiencing homelessness in total as of January of this year. Of those, more than 5,000 were unsheltered, meaning they were living on the street or in cars, many of those with mental health or substance abuse challenges. Around 3,800 people were in an emergency shelter or some kind of transitional housing. Some good news, the number of people identified as chronically homeless for at least a year was down 23% from 2 years ago. Also, the number of unaccompanied children without housing down. Clark County also revealing its commitment to more emergency shelters for those in need and the development of more than 5,600 affordable housing units.
Now, the number of veterans without housing also went up about 22% from 2024. These numbers all compared to 2 years ago because they did not conduct this count in 2025. Vanessa.
Sasha, thank you. And Las Vegas ranks 11th among major U.S. cities for its overall homeless population. As of last year, New York City, L.A., and Seattle were among the top 3.
For the latest on this and other stories, visit 8newsnow.com and tune into our live newscasts on Channel 8 every day at 6 and 11 p.m. or weekdays from 4 to 7 a.m.
Charlottesville is taking another step to address homelessness in the city with millions of dollars going to the Salvation Army. Dakota Griffin has the details from tonight's meeting.
It is an important, critical piece of one option that needs to be available.
City Council voted to approve $3 million for the expansion of the Center of Hope, a homeless shelter in the area. The $28 million project would add about 15,000 square feet to the Ridge Street facility. Bed capacity would more than double from 55 to 114, and the dining area would grow from 60 to 120 seats. Supporters say this would help more people get connected to resources.
If we can move with them so that they do not return back to that homeless or without housing situation, we know that we're just going to strengthen that cycle.
The vote comes as the city prepares to clear the encampments along the Rivanna River by September 1st and open another shelter at Holiday Drive. A few people who spoke at Monday night's meeting raised concerns about the shelters.
When genuinely available, appropriate housing options become available, people should be offered those options voluntarily, not forced out by a deadline.
For some people living in the encampment, going to a shelter is not what they want to do.
We live how we want to live, and this is how we want to live. You cannot control this by putting us into a shelter.
City Council did acknowledge the Salvation Army is a high barrier shelter, but say the expansion would give more people another option. In Charlottesville, Dakota Griffin, 29 News.
So we live how we want to live. You can't
First
force
here on
it.
Fox 21, the city of Colorado Springs now has a dedicated homeless response team. It's made up of 15 different departments focused on one thing, cleaning up the community while making sure people have access to services. Fox 1's Austin Sack visited an encampment to see what the city is up against, Austin.
Yeah, Rachel, the mayor said repeatedly today the city isn't creating more government. Instead, the new team will help existing departments work together more efficiently. Now, crews are still cleaning up encampments like this one, while the new response team will focus on challenges like housing and supportive services, ultimately leading to employment. You don't have to travel far to find a homeless encampment in Colorado Springs. This one is on the southeast side of the city, right behind the King Supers on South Academy Boulevard and Hancock Expressway.
It impacts our neighborhoods, our businesses, our public spaces, our parks. And I want to be clear, there is no silver bullet solutions for homelessness because there is no single cause.
Cleanup is still a focus,
Other mayor.
but a new homeless response team is bringing together 15 different departments to stop people from moving one place to the next.
So with certain encampments, we have outreach workers going first. How do we permanently close encampments? And so it's taking our communication and our coordination to the next level so that we are working under shared standard operating procedures and really working to make those meaningful reductions in homelessness.
The city plans to do this by doubling down on what works and doing less of what doesn't.
The measure of this work will not be in how many initiatives that we launch. It will be whether fewer people are living unsheltered. It'll be whether people move out of homelessness more quickly. It'll be whether people are employed, whether they feel better, whether they're healthier.
Local organizations like The Place, a nonprofit focusing on serving the younger homeless population, supports the plan.
We, in collaboration with a lot of the other agencies doing the similar work that we are, look forward to working with the city to just maximize the impact that we can have.
CEO Chris Johnson says they've seen an increase in people at their drop-in services center. He believes more coordination around encampment cleanups would benefit everyone involved.
The youth do fear when law enforcement comes out to the area. And we find that when our outreach is out there and we make good, clear connections, we become an alternative location to go to, which then engages those youth in our process of connecting them to services that can support them.
Our strategy is straightforward. Respond to the challenges on the streets today while investing in longer-term solutions that reduce homelessness tomorrow.
Over the next year, the city will work toward reducing unsheltered homelessness by tracking how quickly people move through the system and into housing. The homeless response team will also provide quarterly updates to City Council, with the first scheduled for September 8th.
His homelessness response action plan, which is the formation of the city's homelessness response team. According to the mayor, the goal of his team is to bring the city departments together to provide a coordinated response to homelessness. The team will meet regularly to discuss their strategy, share data, and find out what is and is not working. According to city officials, the goal is to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring in Colorado Springs. The head of the homelessness response team says one of the goals to get people help before they end up on the streets.
Preventing someone from becoming homeless in the first place is the most effective homelessness response strategy that we have. And each of these actions addresses a different part of the challenge, and together they build that stronger system. And now our focus is making that system work better together.
The team will coordinate and collaborate with external partners, all to push those experiencing homelessness to the resources they need. Mayor Mobilade says a similar group has been meeting since 2024 on a regular basis, but now the team has been made official.
City leaders in Denver say they are really pleased with the early results of the city's new performance-based contracts for homeless shelter providers. The city's largest shelter is celebrating that it hit every metric. But that shelter saw a significant drop in the one outcome that matters most: people actually making it into permanent housing. Our Spencer Soysher is looking into the disconnect.
Denver wants to make sure its shelter providers
across all the shelters
are being held accountable, and ultimately, people are moving into permanent housing. To do that, it's trying out performance-based contracts. a pilot measuring shelters by 4 metrics. Rapid resolution scored better if speaking with guests about options other than the shelter. Occupancy, beds full. Case management, did a case manager meet with them? And coordinated entry, the paperwork aspect.
Performance-based contracting that we have put forward is a really innovative model.
Cole Chandler runs the city's Department of Housing Stability. Earlier this year, it handed the keys to the city's largest shelter, the Aspen, to Urban Alchemy. And Urban Alchemy just aced its first test.
I'm looking at the Aspen now, and you guys have met every single metric.
The city is comparing Q2 of this year to Q2 of last year, but the Aspen's rate of getting people into permanent housing when they leave dropped from 58% to 34% year over year, a 24-point drop, the largest of any shelter in the pilot. Even with that, the city is calling this a success because they hit all the metrics.
And with the lack of federal vouchers, that becomes really difficult.
The department is blaming pulled federal housing vouchers for the drop, not the shelter.
For the last 18 months or so, we've seen a drop in investments in federal housing vouchers.
Wouldn't say there's an issue with the metric.
Urban Alchemy is cool with the performance-based contracts and the metrics. They say the permanent housing drop is an initial impact from people adjusting to a new operator.
Sometimes we're just not the right fit for everyone, and sometimes our guests are just not ready.
The metrics might get tweaked, but the city says they believe they have the right foundation for them.
We do believe that we're investing in the right inputs, and that then when we piece together the right parts of the system, like the housing vouchers, the exits to housing, that those things will add up over time. So we're happy with the metrics.
The city says it still evaluates other parts of the shelter, but those 4 metrics are what determine an extra performance payment to the organization, money on top of their regular contract. There was controversy surrounding Urban Alchemy when they took over that shelter. The organization had controversies in other cities. However, council members who seemed resistant to them then said today they're very pleased with how they're running the shelter, Kyle.
Right, some things are indisputable, Spencer, right? That visible homelessness around Denver is down incredibly compared to a couple of years ago. Also, indisputable, the city has spent a ton of money on it, right? But then you start to get into the weeds of like, what do the actual outcomes look like, which is why we're watching these metrics so carefully.
Well, and yeah, and the people who are spending that money are also the ones who are deciding the grade here and how the metrics look. If everything's on a curve, like if you had a teacher and they were giving out all A's, the scale is tipped here.
Right? Yep. But no, that's the reason why we're watching. All right, Spencer Social, thank you.
Spencer Social, he ran away from me. I said, hey, can you do an interview?
The town of Beaumar locking down on its gate plan by hiring lawyers and a PR firm. Now at 6 o'clock, why neighboring cities are pushing back.
Some animals have been at the shelter for years.
And now we're on to the local government. We suspended that, bro. Hmm.
Let me do these
It needs. Yes. Sad, guys. All right, y'all, that's it. Appreciate y'all tapping in. I say join us Friday, but I don't know if we're gonna be doing Grand Rising, but join us later on. I'll be live streaming reparations commission meeting here in Colorado on my personal page, Just a Paris, aka Chan Kuma, so make sure y'all check that out. In the meantime, make sure y'all like to subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineations of Black empowerment. Sharon Kuma and Lady Chase on off on the mile high income and illegal migrant flooded city. We'll see y'all later for the reparations meeting. Peace.